Like I started off, family, it don't matter what your religion is. It's not about that. We gotta come together no matter what. We gotta help each other no matter what. If we don't, then our whole civilization, all of our people of color, will be destroyed. And that will be the first time in history that it ever happened. As we're about to read in the story of Exodus, it starts talking about how the oppressor had made a plan to destroy all the men initially. But we already know that they got a plan out here to destroy all the men. The story in the book of Exodus is very much like the story of today's time that we're going through today.
This prophet didn't say, well, you got to go get me a certain type of food. He said, I'm not eating nothing in this place because y'all are idolaters.
When I seen Rome prospering wherever they go, I envied the wicked so much that my feet were gone. But now I hold on to someone I know is strong. He my rock and fortress. I put my trust in Yahweh. Then you and me, that the whole world can see. Protect us all, and he heard my call. No, yeah, Yahweh is higher. Is he Yah man to where he gotta lie? Is his ear heavy to where he will not hear? Is his arm shortened to where he cannot save? Cast your burdens and give them to Yahweh. He much than you and me, that the whole world can see. Oh, Yahweh, he protect us all, and he heard my call. No, yeah, Yahweh, I used to worry about if my bills get paid. I used to worry about all of my enemies. I used to worry about if my friends would stay. But now I take my problems and give them to Yahweh. He much than you and me, that the whole world can see. Protects us all, and he heard my call. Yeah, Yahweh is higher. I used to worry, but I don't know more, and I don't fall to things I've been through. You know he pulled me through, and I don't worry about me.
Most High is higher. That's right, girl. Great. Have me start singing. Cut it up, Nisi. Cut it up. Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Shabbat Shalom. We are Beulah Land at Temple Kipharim. We are servants of the Most High, not because we say so, because He say so. And we are here to help you to draw closer to the King, to help you to draw a better relationship with each other, to help you to analyze your life and see where your shortcomings are and where you can possibly improve yourself to be the best version of yourself, to represent yourself properly before the universe. I say the universe, not just the earth, but the universe, because the universe is waiting for your applause. The universe is waiting for your command. The universe is waiting because those who serve the Most High, his children, are inheritors of the universe. That's what y'all got to understand. When Moshe stood on the mountain, when Joshua stood on the mountain, and Moshe commanded the waters to stand still, he was commanding the waters. But then when the children was out at battle, you know, the waters are on the earth, but they're also in the universe. But when Moshe was out in battle and the children of Israel was out in battle, and Moshe stood still and he held his hands up, he commanded the sun to stand still in its orbit. Did you watch that? He commanded the sun. So that shows that an Israelite, in his fullest potential, his fullest essence, have control over the universe, not just what's here on the earth. He commanded the sun to stand still for a whole cycle so that so the children of Israel could defeat their enemies. So that's letting y'all know, family, we are the bomb diggity, but we got to be in our right natural state of mind in order to receive that type of power and authority from the Most High on high. All right. So let's get started with our class today. Let's get started. Shabbat Shalom, everyone. I see you guys in here early in the morning. How could I do this and not do this? I can't. Sister Higdalia, Shabbat Shalom. Sister Aisha, Shabbat Shalom. Mr. Otter, Shabbat Shalom. I'm just going down the list, family, as I see it to be. All right? And if I make a mistake, please forgive me. I don't mean any disrespect. We got Queen Girl. Oh, is that KIW, Kiwi Girl? Francis, Shabbat Shalom, Kiwi Girl Francis. Welcome, welcome. I hope you subscribed to the channel. May the Most High be with you. Sister Dominique, Shabbat Shalom. Sister Shemaya, Shabbat Shalom. AJ Maisha, Shabbat Shalom. That's rock and roll. Sister Aim Kater, Shabbat Shalom. Sister Hadassah, Shabbat Shalom. Brother Asa, Shabbat Shalom. Sister Carol, Shabbat Shalom. Sister Gabby, Shabbat Shalom. Ima Havred, Shabbat Shalom. Sister Laurel, Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Brother Benjamin, all three of you guys, Shabbat Shalom. How you brothers doing? Shabbat Shalom to you all. We're going to get started on this journey, y'all. We got a long way to go. Sister Torah Kadesh, Shabbat Shalom. We got a lot to do today, y'all. You see the name of the lesson, right? According to your ways and your deeds, you shall be judged. So we're going to have that conversation today. We're going to talk about that. We're going to read that in the scriptures, actually, and talk a little bit about it, how it applies to our lives today. Okay? We're going to get it in. We're going to have a nice time, beautiful class, you know, but we're going to need feedback from the family. Y'all going to have to participate in these conversations. So y'all, you're going to have to do some typing, or you're going to have to grab the mic and come on the platform and do a little bit of talking. All right? So before we get started, well, I mean, you know what? Let's go through our normal routine to get our day going, and then we'll get into those other things a little bit later. All right. Let's rock and roll. Shalom, shalom. So, Iman, you're going to do the thank yous? All right. You need a little bit more time, or you cool?
I did, but we can go ahead.
All right. Let's rock.
All right. All right, let me go all the way up. I'm sorry. Go all the way up. All right. Shabbat Shalom, Lakulam, Shabbat Shalom. Ooh, what a week, what a day. All praises to the Creator for the Shabbat day. So let's get started with our thank yous. I'm sorry. Then put the banner up there. A little behind today.
Before we begin, we need to give a little bit of acknowledgement to to my wife's Abba. Name was Tracy. He's passed just recently, which caused abruptly for us to have to stop what we were doing, gather ourselves together, and head up to Ohio to attend to the services, funeral arrangements, and everything that belonged to him. He was a young guy. He's about 59 years old. And he passed, and we're still not sure yet of how he passed. I don't think they did the autopsy and gave us the report yet. My wife is the one that's in communications with everyone, so she would know a lot more than I. But let's just acknowledge his passing and pray that the Most High will bless his essence and his memory. I be praised. Toda Rabah. All right, let's move forward.
All right. Yes, giving all thanks to the Most High. This day, to the Rabbah. We'll get started with our thank yous. We'll start with Malcolm Higdalia. Malcolm Higdalia says, I am thankful to the Most High for waking me up to his law. We all see many scholars and others who we might feel to be worthy, yet the Most High chose to wake us up and give us a better opportunity to return to him. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Then she says, I'm thankful to the Most High that he gave me a heart that wants to constantly grow in my application of his law. She is also thankful to the Most High for curating a situation where I get to spend more one-on-one time talking to my mother. Hallelujah. Elders are hilarious and their minds are full of our recent history. I love soaking it all in. All praises. She says, I'm thankful to the Most High for the protection Goshen Hebrew Academy at Tipuki Farim provides for our youth's minds. They will never be subjected to demeaning or discouraging words that bring down their self-efficacy or their self-esteem in any way. They are allowing their minds to grow strong before going out to this horrific world. I am thankful to the Most High for my whole family. At one point, I had wished he'd wake them all up, but then I realized not only is the choice his, he knows at their heart and weighs more than I ever could. She also says, I'm thankful to the Most High that he is showing me there's a difference from the ability to be content and settling for less. Hallelujah. Malcolm Dali also says, I'm thankful to the Most High for the ability to discern facts from opinions. This helps when looking to apply his law, as well as when I encounter others that may apply a law differently. Hallelujah. And she says, some things are preferences or customs. She also says, I am thankful to the Most High for how amazing it feels to sleep well. To me, when I wake up, I feel like I was just released from a wonderful hug. She says, I'm also thankful to the Most High for the bond my children have with each other. It's heartwarming. Hallelujah. She says, I am thankful to the Most High that no matter what outside threats are present, I am able to remember he is in control. Absolutely. Malcolm Dali also says, I am thankful to the Most High for being with me as I work on removing myself or staying away from situations that may lead me to err. All praises. Malcolm Dali also says, I'm thankful to the Most High that he has been with my efforts in school. I am elated with the different subjects and understanding that learning is something that behooves us to do all of our days. She's also thankful to the Most High for the impact he is allowing me to have on the children in the school I've been placed in. And Malcolm Dolly says, I am thankful to the Most High that He has changed my understanding of my responsibility as being a part of His firstborn. I now see it as a charge to be a big sibling to all others. It brings about a whole different feeling when interacting with Him. Hallelujah. Malcolm Dolly also says, I am thankful to the Most High for a caretaker dear to our family named Beulah. She is such an awesome, loving helper. Beautiful. Malcolm Dollar also says, I am thankful to the Most High for preserving my body in spite of me. When I think of all the ways all of our food is messed with, it's another way we can see that no weapon formed against us will prosper to destroy us all. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Malcolm Dollar also says, I am thankful to the Most High that He put in my heart to shield myself from what's going on outside for one day. I believe this helps preserve my mind so it's not on an overload of the BS that goes on in the world. All praises. Hallelujah. I'm going to look for more. Malcolm, sorry. Coach Cosler says, I'm grateful for my healing season. I am so appreciative of His spaces and places that I grow in. I am appreciative of the Creator's will and His creation. Hallelujah. And then my sister wife Autumn says, I am thankful for the many, many memories I have of my father, Tracy Corey Jordan. The Most High warned my spirit that this time would be coming soon. Of course, I just didn't know when, and you're never truly ready to accept it in that moment. Still in shock and heartbroken, but I know my father loved me deeply. I am thankful for all my family surrounding me and us. Hallelujah. All praises. The Kiwi girl Francis says, I'm thankful for the trials that have strengthened me, for every breath, every second, every day, and for all the gifts of life. Hallelujah. And Kimia says, giving thanks and honor and praises to the Most High, sovereign, for allowing me to be present amongst the living. To the Most High for your awesomeness. All you do to enhance my life and the lives of families and friends.
I want to speak about her for a second. Can you pull her back up, please?
Okay.
Sister Laurel. Sister Laurel was present in the last class we had. Where I was talking about how bad my teeth was hurting, my tooth was hurting. And she talked a little bit during the class, just like a lot of other people talked a little bit during the class about what their recommendations would be. Well, Sister Laurel was the only one that followed up to make sure that Prince was getting the treatment. Prince had the certain recipes. Prince was doing the things he's supposed to be doing. And in the last text she sent me, you're making sure you're drinking enough water and make sure you're keeping yourself hydrated. She's been on it. I thank the Creator for the life that He has installed in her, for the patience she has, for the concern and genuine love that she has, for trying to make sure that I was in the best of health, that I wasn't feeling that pain, and that I was doing the things that I needed to do to correct myself. I'm grateful. And I just wanted to say that publicly, that I am very appreciative of all that she's done after Shabbat service to continue on to make sure that I was in the best of health. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah.
Right. And then Chief Malak says, my condolences to the family at Prince Kaz. Never ready for transition and never get used to it. Ha Elohim, giveth and He taketh away. Blessed be He. All right, I guess I don't see any more thank you, so I will go into mine. giving all praises, thankful to the Creator for this day, for the Shabbat day, thankful for the rest day, the solemn that comes with it. Thankful to the Most High for my Horim. Thankful for all that they have shown me, raised me to be, and just left on record for me to lift up and continue to carry on. Thankful to the Creator for my Ish, the covering, the guidance, the blessings that the Most High has placed upon him to bring up unto our family. Thankful for his leadership and guidance in this process of life with him. Thankful to the Creator for our children, all of them, praying for them consistently, constantly, to always make the righteous choice, to always seek the Creator before they move to and fro. Thankful for the ones that, who consistently seek out our advice, our guidance, before, after speaking with the Creator, and then come to us as their parents to move them forward. So many times our children make decisions that affect us. Even if it doesn't affect us at the moment, it affects us indirectly, and even when it affects them more directly. But those choices, sometimes we know it's for them to learn a lesson, not necessarily for us to, to get them out of a space, but for them to learn a lesson so they can make better choices. So, I'm thankful for the Most High for giving them, the ability of choice, whether it be good or bad, Thankful to the Creator for life in itself. Thankful, that the Most High is keeping my sister wife strong, showing her levels of maturity and how to navigate life in this new process, in this new life that she is now journeying into. And thankful that, we're able to be here to help her with that process. Thankful to the Creator for just community, family, friends. Thankful for all the opportunities that He has bestowed upon us, especially for His traveling mercies. As Ari said, my sister wife and I flew here. We had to fly somewhere else. We didn't even get there till 1 a.m. Then we got on the road hours later and just been traveling. So thankful to the Most High for, covering us through this process, and allowing us to be one as a family, strengthen our family bond, allow us to become closer as a union and then as sister wives. And just thankful to the Creator for the many lessons that you learn as you, journey through life, as you go to and fro, the ups and downs, the good and bads. Super thankful to the Creator for all of our parents, staff at GHATK who has been holding us up during this process, taking over the school, making sure school continues to flow. All of our parents understanding for some of the classes that may have had to be canceled, but with the love and support, they understand. And just the overwhelming love that they have shown to my sister wife during this process. So super grateful for you all. Grateful for those who those that may not know our way of life, but respect it and are actually seeking and asking more questions, because I realize that the more we walk into this process and be righteous and be an upliftment, and through our character, that's what people really see. They don't know your name, they don't know any of your background, but they know what they see when you walk, when you open up your mouth, how you speak. And so I'm thankful that, the Most High has allowed us through our character to show who He is. So I'm super grateful for that. Just humbled by, life. I had two experiences actually during this journey that we're out here in Ohio. And on the way, the baby and I were walking in the airport, and he saw a dog, a little puppy, and we went over to the puppy, and he was a little hesitant. He put his hands behind his back, and he's just studying the animal, like really studying him. And then the lady started talking to him, and like, she's a nice puppy. She's a nice puppy. And he looked at me like, what do you think? And so, I started talking to him about the puppy. And then, he petted the puppy, and, we were talking to the lady, and she was just like, oh, is that your son? I was like, oh, he's my bonus son. And she's like, how you get a bonus son? And I started to explain to her, our way of life. And she was like, wow, that's so interesting. And she was just like, well, how do you deal with that? Like your husband with another woman? I said, well, I deal with it in a way because we chose to do this in a righteous manner. I said, but, many women deal with it. They just don't know it. I said, and then they don't know it. And then they don't know who they're sharing their husband with, or their partner, however you want to, call it. But, and then she said, that makes so much sense. I said, yeah. She said, so you all help each other? I said, yeah, we help each other. We're there for each other. We're building together. And when I walked, before I walked away, she was like, oh, thank you for, taking the time to explain that to me and talk to me about it. And she was like, I love it. Like, not in a way where she was like, oh, I'm open to this, but she loved the fact that, I was open to be able to share with her. And it wasn't done in a, like, we're hiding something type of thing. And so that's why I was saying about character. People look at our way of life and they always have something to say. They're always going to have a judgment to say about it. But I believe it's how we represent who we are that helps to change people's minds and perspectives of who we are, because there's so many different perspectives of who Hebrew Israelites are, or what polygyny is. And so I'm grateful that the Most High actually, placed that time in our life and that presence in me to be able to explain it to her at that moment, without, trying to hide anything and without her prejudging the situation. So grateful for that. And I'm grateful, upon our arrival here in Ohio, we had we had a sister hit us up with a potential application for her daughter to attend our school. And so when I saw it, I was like, oh, wow, how ironic is that, but we know it's not ironic. It's the Creator, putting himself into work and showing us his miracles and his grace and mercy. And so I saw the application, I'm, reading through it, and then I see, oh, she's right here where we are. So I attempted to call her because I'm like, wanted to know who she was and how she hear about our school. But I didn't get a reply. So I said, okay, I'll wait, and then yesterday, my sister wife and I and her Ema were walking into the Walmart. We're just walking around, handling our business, getting things together. And the sister walks past us and turns back and looks at us and says, shalom. And we're both like, shalom. And then she says, yeah, hey, I was thinking about you this morning. And so I'm looking, and me and my sister wife look, and I was like, you was thinking about who? She was like, you're Princess, right? And I was like, yeah. And then she was like, yeah, I was thinking about you. And I said, well, who are you? What's your name? And so she told me her name, and I was like, oh, wow, you're the sister that just, sent the application in. And I was just like, wow, look at how the Most High made that happen, made us actually see each other in person to talk, not over the phone, and just the whole process. And so, we had a conversation and just found out, a lot of just similar things going on. But at the conclusion of our conversation, I said to myself, like, and I even said it to her, how this was truly the Most High's doing. And he truly wanted us to connect, not on a over the telephone. He wanted us to connect in person. And so all those little things that happened led to us, actually seeing each other in person the other day in the store. And it was surprising because I was just like, I'm in a whole nother state. I don't know anybody here besides my sister wife and her family. And it just reminded me, because my sister wife and my children always say, wherever you go, somebody always knows you. And I was just like, wow. And so I was, speaking with the sister about it and just everything. And, just thankful to the Most High for making those connections and for allowing us to experience, those connections in real time, and to be able to acknowledge it in real time. So, to the Most High for that. And may he continue to, guide us, watch over us, and protect us. And say who?
You're famous, babe. You're famous.
No.
Yeah, people, more people know you than you know people. You're famous. You're renowned. People hear of you. That old man told me a long time ago, your name will go places that you will never travel to. And if you can travel to half of those places where your name go, people will know you. So let your name go out in good standings. And you're famous. Them commercials you put out. How many hits you get on that last commercial you put out? The commercial about school. How many hits you get on that?
Oh,
Okay.
I said almost 1,000.
Okay. And that was how many days ago? 2 days ago? So 3,000 people get to see you and know you. So now you walk in the earth in other states. People gonna be like, hey, ain't you your Prince's wife, ain't you? Yeah, I had to throw that in there, But you famous. Welcome to the famous squad. May the Most High be praised. Do your thing.
Oh, you always gotta, y'all see how he did that, right? He said, hey, you Prince's wife. He likes to remind me that's what they should say. You Prince's wife. So, but no, I'm grateful. I'm grateful to her. Bye. So yeah, I'll read the thank yous. I think we had a couple more come in. Yes, Sister Ornette, my sister. I am thankful to the Creator for the breath of life and allowing us to be here together, observing this holy Shabbat day.
Shabbat Shalom, Sister Ornette. Shabbat Shalom.
And Kitir says, Shabbat Shalom, family. I'm thankful to the Most High for another opportunity at life. Thankful for my immediate family and my Beulah family. Peace and love to all.
Peace and love to all. Shabbat Shalom, and Kitir.
And then Malcolm says, the Most High is so perfect in how he orchestrates our opportunities and paths to choose. Yes, he is. Okay. And then I did want to also just, send a prayer to all those who are in mourning, or a word of encouragement to all those who are in mourning or going through, these transitional times. While we're actually here, I got a call the other day that one of my cousins was actually sent home on hospice. He's only 49 and he's in stage 4 cancer. And he could, pass any day now. And so, time is just, life is what it's doing, lifing. And today is also the going home celebration for one of my sisters who was brought into my family through one of my abbas in the movement. She passed away a week and a half ago from cancer. And it just really, just thinking about all these people, all these people that I have in the last year, I have known, like personally known, at least 6 people that have died or are in the process of passing from cancer. And all different types of cancer. Not one is the same. Every one of them had a different type of cancer. And I woke up this morning, not just thinking about cancer, like the different forms of it and all these different things that are attacking our bodies. And I don't really know, what to think of it, because it's a strange space to be in, to see all these different people affected by cancer and in the different ways, you know, and then just to see how many different cancers there are. Like there's cancers that we don't even know of, because they be like, oh, this rare cancer that happens to 1 out of 45,000 people. It's like, what? You know, so yeah, I'm thankful, of course, to the Creator for those beings, but I just wanted to, send some love and support to all those who are definitely in this process of mourning and trying to figure out, what's life all about, because death will definitely have you questioning life and what it's about, and why, and all these different things. But I'm also wanting to give thanks and praise to Creator for all the life that is being brought forth. In the same breath that we are experiencing these deaths, we're experiencing new life come forth. And we know that it's a cycle. And so grateful to be able to witness and experience both, because there's something about it that in that moment of grief, you also experiencing a moment of pure happiness to see new life come forward. So all praises to the Creator. I think we had a couple of other. Yes. My sister wife says, I am also truly thankful for all the messages that I've been receiving in light of my father. Please know that if I don't respond, that I do see the message and my heart is grateful. Toda to my husband and sister wife for being right there beside me. Hallelujah. And then Brother Ross says, peace and blessings, Shabbat Shalom. All right. You're on mute.
I wasn't on mute. Y'all just couldn't hear me. Shabbat Shalom. Ra in the house. Shabbat Shalom, bro. Sister Bahira, Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be with you as well. All right. Let's do what we do. Brother Daquan, Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be with you. Let's do what we do, family. So, Ima, did you have something prepared for us today to talk about? Okay,
No.
I got something. All right, just give me 1 second while I set this thing up that I got, because we're going to have a little conversation. All right, y'all? We're going to have a little bit of a conversation. Now, this thing that I have is going to be very controversial. All depend on how you view things. Okay? Nobody get mad, nobody get anxious, nobody get upset, and don't nobody get in your feelings. Okay? Nobody get in your feelings. We're not going to allow you to get in your feelings today. So let me see what I can do to fix this screen first. Give me 1 second. Let's see if I can change the screen. I don't want you. I want her. So let me see if I can change the screen. So it won't let me do it. Okay. All right. Maybe I can just.
This woman just blew the whole lid off the nature of a
Y'all
woman.
hear it?
Check this out.
Okay, so this is something that I honestly been pondering on actually for a few years now. I remember what the Bible said about women and like the evil spirit. The Bible says about the Jezebel spirit and, things I see that women do, things I know and heard that women do. The paternity issue, how these women lay next to a man for years, looking a kid in the eyes for years, knowing there's no relation, how good men get stomped out, how kids are just used for a check. I've come to the conclusion that I think women are just pure evil, and only a woman who's honest about our natural nature of being deceptive can change it. Like, for example, I know that naturally there's a selfish, gimme, I want that type of way about me. So about people, period, but especially women. So if you can't be honest and say that that's in there, then you can't deal with it and address it. And so I've noticed that the women who say they're the dopest, they're the this, they're the that, are usually the worst, because you have to acknowledge the beast in you in order to tame it. And so, and not even just how they deal with men and kids makes them evil, but how they deal with each other. Women are so jealous, deceptive, conniving. Like, you can just feel the evil when you are in the presence of certain women. You can walk in a room and you just feel the daggers. You just feel that demonic spirit. Women are evil. I don't care what nobody say. Women are untrustworthy, deceitful, demonic beings. I said what I said.
So what do you think? Are women just naturally evil, or do you think there's just some women? Drop a comment below and let me know.
So what do y'all think? Let's talk. Let's talk. Everybody quiet now. Why y'all so quiet now? What's going on? Why everybody so quiet? What do y'all think? How accurate is this sister when she speaks about women being evil? Is that just her opinion of the matter, or, you know, is it possibly she might be on to something? I like the part when she said that y'all don't even like each other. Y'all don't help each other. And of course, we know that this is not talking about all women, because she clarifies that. She says a lot of women who can't admit that this is in us, you're the problem. You're one of the main ones. But if we can acknowledge that we have these evil ways in us, then that means that you're on your way to being cured. You can fix this issue. It can be cured through you. So I'm just curious. I want to know we got a lot of women in this room. I want to know what some of the women think about this situation. Is it a fact? This says some women. Go ahead, Eli. You got to talk to them.
I definitely have an opinion. I agree with her, based off of, you know, just my experience with women, our species, right?
Explain, please explain, elaborate.
I agree with her. There are some women. I don't, you know, of course, I don't agree it's all women, but I agree that there are people. I mean, everybody has some form of. My auntie said, "I do not agree."
Auntie.
Hey, so glad to see you here. So I do agree, because of my own experience. I have experienced women where whatever is inside of them, because there are evil spirits inside of us. So I'm not going to take that away and say like all of us are perfect or good. However, you know, she said a lot of things. So that's what I'm saying. I agree with what she said about that, about some women have evil spirits inside of them. Some of the things she was saying, I feel like she could have probably explained better, like broke it down a little more versus like coming off the chest with it like that, because it doesn't kind of like give a true understanding of all of her thoughts about it. But anyway, what I agree with is that yes, you have some evilness in women. I have walked into a room, and I'll be very specific. When I first came into this way of life, I walked into a few different spaces, and yes, the daggers from women, the sneers, the rolling of the eyes, the cutting, the turning their face, the not wanting to, if you walk up to them, walking away so they don't have to acknowledge you or speak to you. That's an evil wickedness inside of them. And most of the time it's about jealousy, right? Jealousy is jealousy is an emotion too, but you control your emotions. You control that jealousy. You can make it good or bad, because jealousy isn't always a bad thing. You know, it's crazy because people always ask me, "You're not jealous of your husband's other wives?" I said, naturally, we're all jealous of different things of each other. but it's how we deal with it that controls the narrative of that jealousy, which controls the narrative of what she just said, the evilness and the wickedness and how women don't like each other. I definitely don't agree with that. I love women. I love my sisters. I don't have a hate for anybody. And yeah, I do not like certain women, but that's because of the behaviors they may have shown and the relationship that came out of it, not based on, oh, because she's a woman, I don't like her. So that's why I say, like, a lot of what she said was just out there with no type of balance to it. And we have to bring balance when we're speaking generally like that, especially when you're generally speaking to thousands, almost millions of people, because then you stir up conversations that a lot of times won't have a good result if the people don't have an absolute understanding of what you're speaking about. And so, I mean, that's my opinion, but I can read some of the others so we can kind of like get into this conversation.
Hold on. No, before you read anybody wish to give your opinion on this matter, I'm putting a link in the room. Bang, there it is. I'm putting a link in the room so you can come to the screen to speak your part. So before we even, did you say something? Okay. So before we even get into this conversation on that level, I want to play the video just one more time, and I want us to really listen. I want us to really listen to this sister's point of view.
I have to play that again.
I just want to play it one more time.
This one just blew the whole lid off the nature of a woman. Check this out.
Okay, so this is something that I've honestly been pondering on actually for a few years now. I remember what the Bible said about women and you know, like the evil spirit, what the Bible says about the Jezebel spirit, and you know, things I see that women do, things I know and heard that women do. The paternity issue, how these women lay next to a man for years, looking a kid in the eyes for years, knowing there's no relation. How good men get skunked out, how kids are just used for a check. I've come to the conclusion that I think women are just pure evil, and only a woman who's honest about our natural nature of being deceptive can change it. Like, for example, I know that naturally there's a selfish, gimme, I want that type of way about me. So about people, period, but especially women. So if you can't be honest and say that that's in there, then you can't deal with it and address it. And so I've noticed that the women who say they're the dopest, they're the this, they're the that, are usually the worst, because you have to acknowledge the beast in you in order to tame it. And so, and not even just how they deal with men and kids makes them evil, but how they deal with each other. Women are so jealous, deceptive, conniving. Like, you can just feel the evil when you are in the presence of certain women. You can walk in a room and you just feel the daggers. You just feel that demonic spirit. Women are evil. I don't care what nobody say. Women are untrustworthy, deceitful, demonic beings. I said what I said.
So what do you think? Are women just naturally evil, or do you
Wow. That's
Can I?
deep. When you hear something twice, it hits different. So I just wanted y'all to hear it again. Y'all want to hear it again? I just want y'all to hear it again. And I want to see what y'all thoughts are. Let's talk, ladies. Let's talk. Go ahead, Iman. You got the floor. I don't see nobody taking the link has been shared. Anybody coming in? The link has been shared. I would love to hear some of your opinions up front through your vocal cords.
Can I say also, she said something, I heard it the first time too, but about women who say like they got it, or I can't think of her exact words, but basically women that have great self-esteem about themselves, that walk with their head high and say, yes, I am that woman. She implied, or not she implied, she said that those women are actually evil and are mean and don't really have it. But I'm one of those women, and I'm not conceited. I really know I'm not conceited, but I do have a high self-esteem about myself. I walk with my head held high, when I walk, I know that, yeah, I have flaws and all those things, but I walk with a pride about myself. And she said that women like that aren't truly that. And of course, when I'm, hearing it again and hearing her, a lot of what she's saying is coming from a place of trauma, like what a lot of sisters are saying, but it's just her own definition based off of her experiences. And then it makes me also think, because of what she was saying too, that she has a lot of jealousy in her or lack of self-esteem inside of her that she's not dealt with. Because one thing too I learned, and I've had this happen to me, when women downgrade each other in front of others, it is some form of self-hate inside of them. That's not self-love, because she didn't say one thing in there that was positive about women. Everything she said was negative. And so there's some self-hate inside of her. But I want to read some of the comments. I saw Sister Viata try to
Yeah, there you go, sis. Come on, sis.
Come on. But I'm gonna go ahead and read some of these comments so that
Hold on to you.
We can hear you. You're on mute.
Take your mic, hit your. Okay, there you go.
Okay, there we go. Peace, shalom, Shabbat.
Shalom, Shabbat.
I love this conversation. I love this conversation, and I even hold up what the sister said in her commentary, because it's not the first time I've heard that kind of conversation. I've heard other people with that point of view, but I was just thinking about life itself and what it is, and how it's always this dynamic between good and bad, good and evil, in generally speaking. The reason why I made the comment that I do not agree is because life comes through the woman. The unfortunate thing is oftentimes we are not standing in our calling. And when you're not standing in your calling, you could be diverted to the negative very easily, because the negative is here. It's all around. And if you're not standing in your calling, if you're not developed as a woman, then I can see all of the things that sister said. So that means, to me, we have work to do. We have to develop our women at a young age so that they grow up in their calling, and then they're growing up in that positive side.
How do you do that when they think they know everything?
We got to start with the little babies.
Younger women, but older women can't even talk to the younger women because they think they know everything. How do you do that?
Yeah, but there's some of us. Some of us that are there, and we can do that work. And the ones, we have to start with what we have. We can't. The older women, it's very difficult to change people when they're older. Very, very difficult. But the young girls is where we need to start. We need to start with the babies and give all the energy, most of the energy there. It's hard to change people that are set in their ways. They've been living a certain kind of way. And I see what the sister said, people having babies for checks. I see that in the community that I work with. But that's why I said we have to start with the young people as much as we can to help transition that kind of behavior. But we have a chance. And I don't believe that all women have evil in them.
All right, don't go nowhere. We need you to continue this conversation. Sister Viata, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I can't see you, but
we can see you.
Okay. Thank you for showing that video, because my first reaction, of course, I said ridiculous, because I just turned 71. When you've lived long enough and experienced relationships with men and women, you realize what she is saying is applicable to men and women.
Forget the men. We ain't talking about the men. Don't try to change the subject. We ain't talking about the men. Don't talk about women.
we're not
Only the
trying to
women.
change the subject, but when you point out that women have all these flaws and
Me, I
women
didn't.
have all these problems, that is related to childhood traumas. When women are taking checks and for men and they have bad relationships and you think all women are like that, you haven't lived long enough. You have not lived long enough to experience that all women are not like that, but women who have had childhood traumas that have not been healed and had relationships that were abusive. I have women in my life who are in their 60s. They were raped as children, they had incest, and they might demonstrate the type of behavior that woman was talking about. But if you have conversations with these women and ask them, what was your childhood like? Usually it was traumatic, unhealthy, and the father was absent, the mother was drug addicts. There's usually a root to these people's lives that has not been pulled up and healed.
Sister Villada, let me ask you a question.
Yes.
And I want a real honest, and this is not just for sisters, this is for all the sisters in the room. If you know 20 sisters, right? Let's just say 20. I know you know way more than that.
Yes.
How many of those 20 have experienced the childhood that you just described, a traumatic childhood? Matter of fact, let's go in reverse. How many has not? How many women do you think out of the 20 have not experienced a traumatic childhood? What would you say that number would be about?
I would say maybe 50%. Maybe
50. I think it's a lot higher.
Yeah, my experience, like I said, my experience, I'm older and I've seen a lot, traveled all over the world. My experience, if you look at a global experience, Prince, versus American or versus Chicago experience, you know, it depends on where you have lived, where you have traveled, your experience in life. My global experience, I would say maybe 50%. Because when you travel, you don't see the same emotional traumas and problems that you see in, say, the urban area of Chicago where I grew up. But if you travel to, say, China or any other country, it's a whole different experience. So it depends on where you grew up, where you live now, what's your environment like, and what you're learning and what the lessons you're taking. And so the solution is we got to teach our young people how to avoid some of these unhealthy relationships, how to heal the body, how to heal your emotions. We know what the problem is. It's time to heal and bring solutions at this point.
Now, when you
okay.
Yes, I'm shutting up. Can I get another brother on this platform, please? Can I get another brother up here on the platform for me, please? There's the link.
I want to talk about something that my auntie, to answer your question. I have a few sister circles. And one of my sister circles, I will say 100%, all of us have experienced something traumatic in our lives, 100%. And that's just one of my sister circles, maybe two. However, though, something my auntie brought out, and y'all, this is my real auntie, okay? My mama's one of my mama's baby sisters, Auntie Kasima. One thing she brought out was teaching from young, though. Teaching from young. And what I know we've experienced when we were young, all of us who are now women, grown women with children, we had women in our lives, like my Auntie Kasima and my mother and other aunts in our lives that were consistently present, consistently teaching us that the trauma doesn't make us and it doesn't break us. It strengthens us. There's going to be weak moments in that, but we find in those weak moments, seek out guidance and go to the love that you have around you to help build you up, to help strengthen you, to remind you of who you are. You know, I can recall many times of going through a struggle where I didn't talk to my mother. I would call my Auntie Kasima because I knew, you know, not because my mom couldn't do it, but, you know, you have it's a different perspective you may be looking for, you know, and a lot of women don't have that. So I'm not saying that, That's what they have to do. But a lot of women don't have it. They grew up, their mothers were in traumatic situations and they didn't heal well. What Sister Viata said about the healing. And I'm saying this because you said, there are many women who've gone through traumatic situations. And so I'm saying that to say, even in the circles of my 100%, I would truly say only maybe about 1% of that circle still kind of like struggles with, identity of self-love and self-hate and all that. But the majority of in my circle, and that's one of the things Malcolm Higdally pointed out, the sisters in her circle, we don't deal in hate and evil to the extent that woman was saying, even though we've all had trauma.
But see, the point that you're missing, is that in your circle, y'all have gotten accustomed to each other, so y'all relate to each other differently. But people outside of your circle, just like you said, when you went to a Shabbat service, those sisters alienated you because that's what they were taught to do. That's their behavior. But in their circles, they may talk about their drama, but the response and how they deal with other sisters coming into that circle is that's the answer right there.
Well, I want to address that. You said those, so being a Hebrew Israelite woman now and having been in this walk of life for 18 years now, majority of my experience with those same sisters, because I still know some of them, they still do the same thing. They don't have I came from a different background. I do clearly accept and understand it. So some of my expectations of when I go into a community of people that look like me are very high. And so I do get disappointed very easily because I have a high expectation for my people, right? Especially for the women of our people. However, I will say not to put down people, but I know a lot of those same women who did that from when they first met me still do it today. And we are in the same circles, not in a way of where they're like to the extent that sister was saying, but they still roll their eyes. They still, avoid the conversation to even say shalom to you. And I don't see, let me not say I don't see, I have only seen rare occasions of Hebrew Israelite sisterhoods where they focus on healing. And when I say rare, that means I can walk into a congregation and maybe only about 3 out of those 50 women in there are focused on healing. And usually those are the sisters that I eventually gravitate towards and we eventually get to know each other. The other ones still stay in their space, and I'm not just saying this in Hebrew Israelite culture, it's in all cultures, obviously. So how about I say to you that it wasn't about because we got to know each other growing up. It's more about that they sought out healing. That's another part of it. Seeking out healing. You can grow up in any way, but it's in you to seek out the healing too. I didn't just go ahead.
Otherwise they're acting out of their pain. Because many of us are carrying pain from childhood, from relationships. And if they don't say Shabbat Shalom to you and hug you, they're in pain. They can't even express love because they have so much pain. So you're so right, sister, that if these women are not working on their healing, if they're not aware of the pain they're carrying that's affecting their relationships with you as a sister who loves them, then we're going to have these conflicts. And you're going to have women showing up on videos talking about all women are evil. Well, she's acting out of her pain. Because if we are healed and loving each other, we don't feel that way about all women. But we do see women who are in pain and who don't know how to express love because they don't have love in them. So we got a lot of work to do to help these women develop the peace and love within.
Well, what I heard
they have you asked about. Oh, sorry. You asked about the statistics earlier, and my field is public health, so that was right down my alley. That question. But right now in the United States, 1 in 4 girls experience adverse childhood experiences. 1 in 4 girls and 1 in 13 boys.
That's a
And
lot.
and that's a lot. And most times it's not addressed, particularly when it's coming out in behaviors like Medaya is explaining. And what do they say? It's a thing that they say, hurt people hurt people.
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah,
yeah. And
yeah.
so for women that have a level of consciousness and understanding, now that gives us some power to not go down to that behavior, but to lend some level of compassion as we move on. You know, because sometimes some people that can't even feel the compassion, they're not there. I've had
Right.
similar experiences to Medaya in the Muslim mosque when I was younger, and women would, I've always dressed in African clothes. I've never dressed in Arab or, Asian clothes. And back in my day, that wasn't seen in the mosque that often. And the women would actually be very, very mean to me as a teenager coming in with African clothes. And that's a really a rough feeling because you're wondering, well, what is wrong? What did I do, as a young person? But hurt people do hurt people because they haven't addressed their pain, as the sister was saying. And so back to the original question, no. I don't believe that, but I do believe that we can I know evil is out there. There's no doubt about that. Evil is out there. And you see some women acting in a kind of way, but I still think that we have power. Remember, life comes through the woman. And we have power to, change. That's what I'll say. We have
And
power to
and you got a
change.
lot of women who are using drugs and sex as the comfort for their pain. And so we're not going to see healthy, loving relationships from women or men if they're not stop use of drugs or sex as their pain relief. So thank you, sister, for your work that you're doing in that area because we see it all the time, but it's up to the individual to do the work, not taking a pill or finding another man to sleep with for the answer, but actually doing the work, which means sometimes going out hugging trees. I'm a tree hugger and nature
Mhm.
lover, being out in
Yes.
nature, that's the key. And a
Yeah.
lot of people in a job and in a building all day, air conditioned lights, and then taking drugs and alcohol at night. That's why we have this problem right now.
Mhm.
I
Okay.
Yep.
want to raise up what Medaya said about mentoring as well, the power of mentoring. If
Yes.
you have some good women in your circle that you can go to help guide you, because we're human beings, so sometimes we get off track. But if you have the right people in your circle, and a lot of our sisters don't, they don't have somebody they can go to and
Mhm.
confide in and talk to. I have mentors at my age. So if I have some questions, I definitely go to them. I call them, go to them, sit down at their
Absolutely.
feet and talk to them because if you stay in your head sometimes you can get mixed up and go in the wrong way really easy. But
Yeah.
that's another approach, the mentoring. We
A lot
got
of,
away from that as a people.
a lot of
But
people have
mentoring,
mentoring, but they don't listen to their mentors.
say that again.
A lot of people have mentors, but they don't listen to them. They
Yeah,
do
but
what
you know what, someone can say something to you and you might not get it today, but next year you might get it. It might pop in your mind, oh, that's what she was talking about.
Mhm.
Because you are right, a lot of people are not ready for that kind of
Truth.
pathway.
Truth. Yeah.
Yeah, a
Yeah.
lot of people are not ready, so you're right.
And
so
a
how
lot of times you might trigger someone and you think, "Oh dear, I feel bad." No, no, no. I've learned when you trigger someone, they needed to feel that truth. And it might, like you said, that seed has been planted. They might not get it for a year, but at least if you walking in your truth and help and speaking to people in love and compassion,
Mhm,
kindness, they'll get it eventually, even if it hurts at first.
mhm.
all right.
And
Mhm.
nephew, I know, you can think of something that your mom told you or your dad told you when you was 13 years old, and it did not click. But when you turn 30, you're
Yep.
like, oh, that's what they meant.
Yep.
Oh,
I know you can think of an instance.
yeah, but
Toda Rabah for those
I'm on a
people.
different path right now, y'all. I'm talking about the dealing with y'all issues, the female issues. I'm going to ask this question. I've been trying to get it out for the last 20 minutes.
Can I say one thing before you? One thing my aunt just said too, and I have said it more often now at 48 than I've ever said it. All my life, my auntie Casima right here, when anything would happen or things, we would be working on something, her loving wisdom or her loving words were always, little by little, a bird builds its nest. And for the longest, I'd be like, okay, auntie, you always say that. Like, what does that really mean? Because, you know, as a young person, you're like, I want it now. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Now at 48, and like, and her and I have had this conversation. When I look at the progress of who I am as a woman right now, that those words, that proverb that she always repeated to me is prevalent in my mind. Little by little, a bird builds its nest. And then I even looked at it. I even went as further and I sat in my head and actually envisioned a bird building a nest, and how a bird only has a beak, one beak. So that means it only gets a little bit in its beak at a time and gradually adds to it till the nest is exactly how they want it or make it bigger. And so what she just said is true. Like, for the longest, I was just be like, okay, auntie. And I always knew she was going to say it, you know, whenever we talk. But now I even say it. And I'll be like, what my auntie say, little by little, a bird builds its nest. And now I understand what that means. And what she's saying is, I grew up having all these positive women, but I didn't always listen. She could tell you that. However, though, over time, those words came back to me, especially in times when I needed them the most.
All right.
When I didn't think I would even need them, those were when I would hear those words or hear them saying, what are you doing? This is what you know best. We taught you this. Remember these words. Remember this. So a mentor isn't always going to get you to jump up and get it right, but, you know, over time.
So primarily, I can talk now? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, y'all. That's why I asked for another brother to be here, just so we can look like we got something to say, you know, not that we really have to. But primarily, I hear you all speaking, which is giving sound advice, pure wisdom, and I don't dispute any of it. Mm-hmm. But you're really talking about women relating toward women relating toward the opposite sex, and how they have relations with these people. But how do you address the issue that the sister brought up about women blaming men for being the fathers of their children, and this man is raising his child for all these years, and the women know that that's not his child, but yet they cause these men to think that they are the fathers of these children? Where does that trauma fit in with your explanation of the hurt, the pain, and the suffering that she experienced in her childhood? How does that
That's an example of an undeveloped woman.
Yes,
that's a woman that's not developed into her.
See why I needed some help, though? See why?
That's not a difficult answer to that question. You know, we have to be able to recognize when a woman is developed into her womanhood and when she's not. And there's many women that don't get there or haven't got there, or may get there when they're 80 years old.
I need you to go deeper than that. Listen, this is what I'm asking. What would allow her to sit there and consistently deceive this man for so many years? Tell me about that woman.
Well,
I'm asking Auntie. I want to see what Auntie got to say.
She's an undeveloped woman, and she's a liar. A woman that does that. And we have to remember the forces of this nature that we're in. Mm-hmm. You have good and you have evil. That's the bottom line. It's not rocket science to me. You have good and you have evil. Some people, they stay in that evil area. Mm-hmm. Some people, they stay in the middle. They do a little bit of both. Some people try their hardest to get over to that good side. So we have those dynamics that we are living with on this earth. Those are forces of nature. A person, now you know a person that's going to lie and say this is your child, and they know that it's not the man's child,
And
and
I
they
want
do
to
that from.
say that your relationship with the Most High is that dynamic you talked about, Prince, because when you have a close relationship with the Most High, I mean, the Most High is your husband, your intimate person. You can't have that type of relationship on a horizontal level with men because you are too close to the Most High. And the Most High is speaking to you. The Most High is in you. That kingdom rises up when you lie. You can't do the things you used to do when you didn't connect with the Most High. And religion keeps us from having that close relationship because that's a spiritual journey when you can say the Most High is my husband and I do not do anything on a horizontal level with other men that the Most High would not be pleased with. So we're talking about immature women versus a relationship with the Most High that keeps you from behaving that way.
And we're talking about a space like we're living in a world where in this westernized society where it's actually glorified to do those things. It's actually not just even through people, but through the court systems. They actually have.
I'm looking for. Go ahead.
They have actually had made it. It's a law in certain states that if a man, regardless if he's your husband by law, you all are married, but you go out and have a baby on him with someone else, by law, you are the father, you have to pay child support, all those things. They have made these things a law. They have made these unlawful things a law, these unrighteous matters a law in the United States. So a lot of it isn't even just the mentality of that woman. It's, hey, this is what they said. I told the man, some of the women have said, oh, this ain't your baby. But because of the law, that and a lot of women know law better than men because they study it, because they want to make sure I'm able to get whatever benefits I need to get if something happens to my child or me and this man don't work it out. So when the law is now actually inclined to allow these women to become better liars, to stand on their lie, to stand on that evilness, what is there outside of us as a people to help them understand that that's not right? If the law says it's right and you're going to get this money, they're going to go with that. Because when they look at us as a people, they're like, well, you're not going to help me with this baby, or you're not going to give me a check. You know, so we have to do all that.
How about the sisters who will have a girlfriend knowing that the girlfriend is deceiving her husband or her boyfriend or so-called baby daddy, and she doesn't say anything about it? How about her? What type of mindset is she in? What type of trauma did she receive?
But that's not a
person is that? But see, I'm trying to bring up these points because we have a lot of people in this audience. A lot of people will be listening, and a lot of people are guilty of what we're talking about.
Right.
Quiet might be kept. They might not be saying nothing, but a lot of people are guilty of these same conversations that we're talking about. And they sitting here listening. They sit in the audience. They hear what we're saying. What changes need to be done so that the truth of the Most High comes through them and they change their lives? How do we ultimately affect that? Because a lot of girlfriends will be right there knowing that this girl is lying to this guy about this baby. Go ahead, Auntie. Go ahead, Auntie.
But she was saying, go ahead, Auntie.
I'm sorry that I have to go. But this is a very important conversation, and I just wanted to thank you all for hosting this. And we need to have more conversations on this topic if we're going to improve as a people, on the family level first, community level, and then as a people as a whole. So thank you for entertaining this conversation, this topic. It's much needed. I have to go, though. I have another engagement.
All right.
And I want to answer, I want to address what you just said, Prince, about a sister knowing what's going on and not doing anything and blah, 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 blah. You cannot change other people. Adults have to change themselves. They have to go within and make changes that will vibrate out to others and change just because they have changed. So we can't be trying to change everybody, but we can be the change agent and be the peace agent and resonate outward with our peace that will change others. But we cannot change adults. That's just not happening. That's like trying to change your husband after you marry him. It doesn't happen. You end up being frustrated and angry. But changing yourself, that's where the action has to take place first.
And then I wanted to, I like what Sister Ornette put up here. And I agree with you very much, Zaquina Viata, that the change in self, and it's not easy. That's the whole big thing, right?
Yeah.
Self-change, self-awareness, self-accountability, it's not easy. And
responsibility.
Responsibility. If you are in the midst of not seeing it, you don't even know how to even attain it within yourself because you've never been shown a great example of it. So I agree with you on that so much. And you know, even what Ornette said, that's why I said we got to be open to correction from those in our close circles that we deem safe spaces. And that is one of the keys. A lot of these, if there's a sister in my circle, first of all, just being very clear, there are no sisters in my circle who would behave or even think to step into my circle with that type of mentality of, oh yeah, you know, I got these babies and they ain't his and I'm lying to him or whatever, or any of those type of scenarios, because we're not gonna stand for it in our circle. That's not how we move. We don't move in that way. And if you move in that way, we're gonna correct you because you first of all, you're not a part of this circle until you have proven to yourself that you earn the right to be a part of this circle. We have to do that just as much. And I say this often, just as much, and I pray that people still, you know, are doing this. But when you go out there and court a husband or court a wife, it's the same way with sisterhoods, friends, all these things to be courted. You have to let people know, hey, I'm your sister because we here, but am I your sister? That's a big difference. You know, I have some sister circles where I put SAISTAH, and I have some where I put SISTER because there's a difference to me. There's a difference in those sisterhoods. But what I was getting to say is those, in order to be in the midst of those of each other, there has to be some comfortability. I'm not comfortable with having sisters around me that are, yes, sleeping around, having babies and then they lie into the father, or having children not taking care of them, using the money and going to take care of themselves while their children going hungry, looking dirty, not dressed. I'm not comfortable to witness that. And when I see it, especially if I'm close enough to it, I'm going to say something. And most times when I say something, I'm no longer associated because people don't want to be checked. People are comfortable doing what they want to do. And the only way they're going to stay comfortable is if other people around them are comfortable, allowing them to be comfortable. Because then you have the whole thing of, well, I don't want to offend nobody, so I'm not going to say anything. I don't want to offend you either. However, I don't want to offend myself by having to witness this and then be in the midst of it and not say nothing. I don't want to offend myself or even my daughters to be able to say, oh yeah, my mom's friends. No, I'm not going to place those type of examples in the midst of my daughters, and then they become, or my sons, be able to be attracted to those type of women. Like, we have to think broader than those are just my sisters or my friends. Your children are calling them auntie or sister this or sister that. And they're not deserving of those things. So it just goes so much further than the conversation that lady that had. That's why I said, if she was able to actually sit down in a more, I guess, space where she's amongst other women, not just women that she's comfortable saying that around, but women that can challenge it and help her challenge her thought process, so that that's not the only thoughts that come in her mind and that she wants to speak it out loud to. You know, it's so much more of healing, because when you don't heal, the people under you don't heal. If she has children, if she has daughters and they hear her talking like that, then they are now unhealed. They are now speaking the same language, unless they have found someone else to gravitate towards that they see is doing better than their mother, because it does happen. It does happen. It's sad, but there are women who have children whose children have sought out other people because they're like, look, I know my mom, I love her, but no, I need to find someone else who I'm trying to be better in, or not, become a better person. So, I think that what you said, it aligns with who you are and who you are in yourself. To say, yeah, that's my sister over there. Yeah, she do all that stuff. I just laugh and keep it moving because it's none of my business. But it is your business.
I had a sister who I knew some years ago. A buddy of mine's, when we was out in them streets, he got incarcerated. He got locked up. And he had a son by this female. So one day, this must have been a good 10 years ago, maybe. One day I saw the young lady in the parking lot of a Pet Boys. Hey, Prince, how you doing? We talking. And she says, she gets into the conversation. She had like 6 or 7 children. We get on that topic, and she says, out of her 6 children, only 2 of them know who real daddy are. The rest of them are the men she put on them because they had finances. Their family might have had money. This is a reality. This is a real reality that needs to be addressed in our community. Women with that type of mindset. Now, the sister in the video was saying that this is wickedness. Now, I hear you all defending it, saying it's wickedness, but how do we correct these type of issues in our communities with our women so that this is not such a popular thing or a happening attraction that so many people are involved with today? Because even Israeli sisters are guilty of this same thing.
Yeah.
How do we change it? How do we approach it? How do we address it? And I know communal living helps to a large degree. We all come together, live together in the community, it changes the trajectory of a whole lot of people's life. So how do you propose, sis and Ima, how do y'all propose we address these types of issues to change it so that our people, after they leave from hearing this on this Shabbat day, will become more honest, more trustworthy, and more committed to living a virtuous life? How do we do that?
Well, one thing that even Malcolm Higdali brought out was all women are not women. There are females. Just like there's men and there's males, there are females. But I think that I would pray to come out of this is that, like my auntie said, we have more conversations like this. We do need to have more outlets to be able to have these conversations, to be able to reach out to that sister or other sisters who have this mindset and have these conscious conversations, not to berate them, not to be like, oh, you're wrong and you're just pointing out all they're wrong, but to help them to see, okay, yes, that's your mindset, but this is the other side of, this is my mindset, and this is the other side of your thoughts. This is what a healed woman looks like, who came exactly the way you came, but this is what this can be for you. We have to be able to go into any type of situation with the answers, not just a conversation, or solutions rather, but not just going back and forth, but have the conversation. And one thing my aunt said, she works in, that environment. That's one of her jobs, one of her career paths is working with youth and working with, the statistics of youth and how to, find ways to bring them out of it. So we have to align ourselves with women and men who have sought out this as their job or as their career path, because we have to have resources for these conversations as well. So having these conversations, saying, okay, this is a resource, sis, if you really, want to become a better, if you really want to know something different, this resource, or even if you don't, here's this resource, and then even, like I said, finding, and one thing you said too, finding a way, we have to develop outside of our communities, right? Because a lot of people aren't going to come into our community, but we have to be able to develop ways where we can go into other communities with these conversations, and not with the whole badge of judgment, but with the badge of empathy and understanding, and trying to help to show them you can be uplifted. And it's not, I'm not uplifted because I have a head wrap on and a skirt on. I'm uplifted because someone else thought it themselves to love me enough to teach me better. So we have to be open to understand that we're going to be judged coming in there, but we can't go in with this badge of judgment. We have to go in with this badge of, hey, I'm here to help you lift up. And you don't have to look like me to be righteous or have integrity or walk in your positive self.
All right, Sister Viana, what you think? What's your thoughts?
I totally agree. I think just having this conversation, the Most High will bless those who are listening to ask themselves, do I need to make a change? Does this apply to me? This is a wonderful moment here, just bringing this issue out. So I'm grateful that you even brought it up so that we can have this conversation. We don't need to be hiding our light under a lamp. How's that go? Don't hide your truth, your light, but let that light shine. And if you know you're speaking the truth, you don't hold it back. You don't be afraid to trigger people or offend, what they might say, offend. But if you're speaking the truth in love, this is what we got to do today. These are some crazy times. And all of us who believe in the word and the Most High and the true spirit of love and patience and peace, we got to speak up in these times so people can at least hear it. And then it's up to the listener to do what they want with what they're hearing.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
And can I say something about what Chief Malak says? He says, starts with us men. We make the women become what they become.
Thank you.
I agree.
Amen.
Because of the fact that, you're going back to what the Most High said, the man is our ruler, and because we have so many males and men in the world right now who are confused about their roles, even I've witnessed where you have men and they're doing all the things, going to work, taking care of the house, all these, but there's still a confusion of the role because of this westernized society. A lot of it, if the men aren't educated, and when I say educated, I mean spiritually educated, not religiously educated, but spiritually educated on their role, then that confusion is going to be with them no matter to what standards they live by. And so you still have, the confusion that breeds, oh yeah, I'm gonna just let my woman be free. Or hey, she does this for me, so I'm gonna go ahead and let her just be out there with her girlfriends who don't live by the same standards as her. When you allow these type of things from your wife, and I know some women don't like when I say stuff like this, either allow, because it is an allowance. Your husband is your head. He allows you to do it. And then you want to be mad at her when she come back talking the same whatever way her friends who are single or married and not happy, or married and doing whatever. You allowed that. You set her free and said, hey, go hang out with those women who don't live by your standards. And
so
now
what happens when you try to enforce that and you say, no, I don't want you around them heathens? And she becomes disgruntled. Then she don't want to be a wife. And she starts.
Approach.
My question is, how do you deal with that? Because it's easy to say one thing until it becomes a reality and you have to deal with it.
Right. But I think it's the approach. One, it's just like if you tell your child, no, I don't want you hanging out with that girl. She's a whore or whatever. Your child is like, that's my friend. So then you have to sit down with your wife and say, okay, these are the reasons why I do not want you to hang out with these friends anymore. These are the reasons why I would like for you to find better sisters to hang around. If you just say, I want you to hang out with them heathens, that doesn't equate to what you truly want from her and what your desire is for her. If you're coming in a negative, because that is negative, to a person who feels like, hey, I just want to hang with my friends, they're not hearing it. And they're definitely not hearing your pros or your cons about the situation. So we don't like to hear it. But when a woman or a man, and you're in a relationship, Sit down and have the conversation. Be clear on the intention. Be clear on the reason why yes or why no. Because a yes doesn't always mean it's good either. Be clear on the yes. I'm saying yes because this is what I would like for you to get out of this. I'm saying no because this is what I've seen come from this when you do this. If we don't have those conversations and you just say no, most times a woman, when that's done like that, she feels now controlled. She feels beneath. She feels like she doesn't have the freedom to breathe and be her, because in her eyes, you just said no. You didn't sit her down. It's still a responsibility to sit a woman down and teach her, just to teach her how you would like. Just like if a woman says, husband, I want to sit down and have a clear conversation. So now you both have an understanding. We think because once we're grown that the other person can't talk to us in the same manner our parents did, which was to teach us how to be better with one another. That's a problem. And so now we just say, no, you can't do it. Yeah, you could do it, but and then go on your way. But no, these are the reasons, baby. I don't want you to do that. This will hurt you, just like your father did.
So what happens? What happens when you sit down and you have this conversation with your wife, or your girl, whoever you hook up with, and she decide, well, I'm going to do what I want to do anyway?
Then divorce her. Or I mean, it has to be a solution to. It has to be
a solution. It has to be repercussions.
Right.
It has to
be I'm not saying the first thing is to divorce her, right? If what I'm saying is, if you have explained all this, right, and she goes and does it anyway, then that's the problem. And you now decide, because I can't just say divorce her, because everybody ain't gonna do that. But you now decide and say, either I'm going to try to continue to work with this situation, because like we just saw, that woman particularly had a lot of trauma. She may be married one day. We don't know. She may be married now. But if we know we marry someone who may have gone through trauma, then you have to take the responsibility and say, you know what? I'm going to help her heal. You have to determine to what lengths you're going to do that to. You can't marry a person and say, oh, I married them. They're perfect. They're exactly what I want. And if I say no and they don't listen to me, I'm divorcing them. But you married and I don't want to say the problem. You married the person seeing all the flaws, seeing the different imbalances that you have. So you have taken on the responsibility now to help heal that person, because it ain't a fixing, but healing them. And if you're not ready to heal them or to find ways to help them heal, then you shouldn't be married to them. And then you should not. Go ahead.
And when you have a woman that rebellious and resistance, there's a trust issue going there between that man and woman. If she cannot be more agreeable to what her husband is asking her to do, she has lost trust in him. I was watching a show on Netflix last night for the counselor for the couples. They had about 5 Black couples come in, and this was live. It wasn't a act theatrical, and all of them had communication problems. The therapist was pointing out to all of them that you all are not hearing each other. You're not listening to her. You're not and these people have been married or together for over 10 years. And yet they had come in for counseling, and what the therapist kept saying is, you're not listening, you're not hearing, you're not listening. But like you pointed out, Prince, with a woman that's that rebellious, that resistant, the first thing might be to go to counseling if she's willing. I mean, that might save a marriage or a relationship if you go to a third party who's a holistic counselor you trust. Otherwise, there's a loss of trust that has to be developed, and that's going to take some work.
Okay. And can I say one more thing about that? If a woman grew up in a household with a father who was very berating, always said no, never sat down and showed her love, and she marries a man similar, she is going to be very rebellious, very destructive, because she doesn't know any other way. She's seeking out All women seek out love and approval of their father, their husband, whatever man they're with. That's just the nature of who we are. And so, and a lot of times what happens is, even though we don't want our fathers, we unconsciously, in so many instances, marry a man like our fathers, because we're still seeking some type of approval, some type of comfort, and we have not learned how to deal with that. We have not learned how to be like, okay, I want someone like my father, but then they haven't broken down which characteristics of your father are you looking for, because that's the other part. You can get the good characteristics of your father, or you can get the bad ones. The ones where he was not a communicator, the one where he was abusive in his language and his nature to you, all these things. And we do gravitate towards it because it's something that's just innate in us. We've known it all our lives. We're comfortable with it. Even though it doesn't make us feel good, we're comfortable there. And that's one of the biggest issues with all people, is we tend to gravitate where we're comfortable at, not where we're uncomfortable at. And a lot of women who never receive love, or love in the best ways, they're comfortable in the chaos. And so they found a way to just deal in that and find the love that they can. But it hasn't made them better, though. It's actually weakened them. And then when they have children, their children are now having to be forced to be comfortable within those situations. I have met women who are like, you know what? I love you, but I cannot stay with you because we have a child now and I grew up in this and I don't want that. Even though I would pray that before they have a child, they would get out of that relationship. But sometimes, they really feel like, okay, maybe this will help him change. Maybe if I keep saying this. I know a sister who did that. She still loves him, right? They have a child together. But she had to exit the relationship when their child was very young because he would not stop abusing himself, which ultimately abused the relationship. So,
respect. Yeah, you lose respect when a man behaves that way. So that's when you have conflict and problems. So you got to keep the communication lines open to avoid all these problems we're talking about. Keep talking and maybe need counseling sometimes.
Yeah.
Okay. So wonderful conversation, ladies. Greatly appreciate your advice and portions of your wisdom. We greatly appreciate it. I think, in my opinion, it's about accountability. And more of us have to become accountable. Now, I heard some comments where it said that it starts with the men. That depends on how far back you go. Because let's say we start right here. If a man chooses a female to potentially be his wife, what he allows her to do or not allows her to do will help to shape and mold and fashion her into the woman that she is or going to become. One instance. But if it's already in her to be deceptive and deceive, and she refuses to change, then it's possibly best that he recognizes that first and don't wife her at all. Tell her about her issues and see if she gets it together. The other thing, how it could be perceived to be a man starting is his fault, is that, as was explained earlier, the man in the household raising the young lady, and all she's seeing is wickedness or negativity coming from him. She grew up to resent him. She can be that same mischievous woman when she gets older because she has no respect for men. What I've learned from my experiences, though, is that when children are in their youth, sometimes it's very difficult for a man to discipline the child because the mother will come right behind that man and teach the child a different form of respect to the father. For example, if the father put down rules and regulations, when he's not around, the mother will allow the child to do the things that the father said not do. Therefore, that will cause the child to resent the father, grow up disliking the father and not respecting the father because of mother's example. So there's many ways to look at this. Thank you. There's many ways to look at this and try to figure out who's at fault. So therefore, my conclusion would be that it would take both a man and a woman to be on point during their job to the best of their ability to possibly sway from the child becoming corrupt. None of this is guaranteed, even in a two-parent household, and they're both doing everything that they can possibly do in a righteous manner does not deter from a child being corrupt.
Right.
You know, so we have to rely on a possible community of Israel, proper mind state, proper thinking, proper adjustments, that we could have a greater chance of raising righteous, spiritual-minded individuals, because that's extremely important. A community of both men and women households striving to do our very best to live a righteous life, complete transparency, complete honesty, complete loyalty and commitment to the Almighty, and then we will greater our chances of producing the type of children, future generation adults that I hear you all speaking about. Now, this was intentionally brought forward today in the spirit of the Shabbat, because it needs to be exposed of the direction that we're headed. Our people need to see the direction that we're headed, and that direction is not pleasing to the Almighty. Not by far. So we need to change things, and we need to do things differently to be more pleasing to our Creator. This is just a reality check. You know, I knew this would start a little commotion in the family, but it will cause a lot of the guilty to see their ways and their behavior and change. I am one of those advocates that believe that on the Shabbat day, you never leave a Shabbat service without learning something from that Shabbat service that will help to mold and shape you to draw you closer to the Creator. So every opportunity I get to speak, I pray that my information that I share with the family will hit those who are needing it in a certain way to help them become better in their personal life toward the Creator. That's my goal. That's my desire.
And so I'd like to just put a exclamation mark on what you just said and say it takes a healthy village to raise healthy children and to have healthy relationships in the village. So we all have to work on our health, mental, spiritual, and physical, if we want to have a healthy village with healthy children.
Okay.
Absolutely. So we got a lot of work to do, family. We do. We have a lot of work to do. And those who are promoting even the questions that I asked was all loaded weapons. Every one of them. Thank you, Sister Vayada. May the Most High be with you. Even those questions that I asked was loaded in a manner that will cause you to bethink yourself when you're dealing with people who are of an unrighteous nature, unrighteous spirit, unrighteous attitude. And when you know these people and you call yourself their friend, you have to question how much of a friend you really are if you allow them to live in the deception that they're living in. You know, constantly deceiving, constantly being in a wicked spirit, constantly doing evil, sleeping with multiple men, doing all types of things that, and then those will be the same friends that show up with you at Shabbat service, and you won't say anything to them. You'll never question them. You know, you have nothing to say to them to help to motivate them to do better or to change the direction of their lives. You just keep your mouth shut, mind your business, and keep it moving. But that's not how it goes when you call yourself a friend or a sister or a brother. When you see your people in error, the Creator tells you you're supposed to speak out to try to help them to become better. And how many of us actually do that? How many of us actually take on a challenge? We're too busy worried about keeping their friendship as opposed to revealing to them their sin and their wrongdoings. And that's what we have to ask that question. Do we love the Most High and righteousness more than we love friendships and evil? We have to ask that question because a lot of us are attracted to evil, wickedness, and negativity.
Yes.
It's just that simple.
Yep.
God be praised. So great conversation, family.
Well, I like what Sister Kaza suggested and also said. Women's classes that teach virtue, effective communication skills, characteristics of a respectable woman, and etiquette. I really like that. And we definitely have to find a way to, be proactive doing that.
Yeah, we got to implement something like that. Even if we have it on a certain day of the week and bring it about, we need to begin to do those types of things.
And there are a couple of sisters who I know are holding classes like this, but let me not say thorough classes like this. They doing etiquette classes where they're teaching women how to set the tables, things like that. And I actually like those, but I think that's more of the westernized etiquette process of how to set a table. There's many cultures and ways of our ways where we don't even sit at tables. We eat differently. So I think when we speak of etiquette, we got to kind of really try to define to what form of etiquette are we referring to, so that we can understand what we're teaching and what we're sending our children to learn if we send them to etiquette classes. Are we teaching them? Because some people I'm going to teach you how to be a lady. And in some ways, in some countries, a lady is the meaning of a lady is meaning the head of a whorehouse or a brothel or whatever, So we got to really define who we are and what we're teaching, and then what our children are being exposed to in these classes that are etiquette classes for our sisters, because there are Israelite sisters who are doing these classes as well. But yeah, I definitely think we can do it. I think we need to, have conversations and then definitely have elders, in my opinion, to help lead these conversations and discussions in classes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Great.
And not just, yeah. And in my opinion too, not just Israelite class, like a class where we can pull in conscious women who know themselves and who want the best for all of us as a womanhood, versus just we're only going to teach from the grounds that you're an Israelite. When if we're teaching from that anyway, we don't have to speak it. It's through our character. Because one thing too is, when you put quote unquote these titles on it, religious titles on it, it deters people because they're in their mind, they feel like you're teaching them to be a certain way, and not understanding that, our job is to teach them to be this way, regardless of what way of life you call yourself. So, just my opinion.
All right. Many different ways to view it. And also, while it's in my spirit, I want to mention that we're looking for people, men and women, who want to learn how to do circumcisions. They're looking for people, both men and women, who want to learn how to do circumcisions so that, we can have them in different states, so that when we have a new baby born, we'll have somebody in that state to do the circumcisions for that child. Because right now, the person who does the circumcisions, or the few people, they have to travel long ways to do a circumcision for a child. But if we can get a collective of 30, 40 people to learn this, and they're spread out in different states, then they can take on that task. I mean, it could be a job for some people, to learn how to do a brisk. To take that task and it'll be affordable because they don't have to travel so far, and the person can give a donation or however y'all set it up. That's between y'all and the people. This is Shabbat, so it ain't but so far I can go in that. But we're looking for people that we can have trained. We have a doctor, a young lady who does circumcisions. She works in the medical profession, and she's going to train different people that we assign to her how to do circumcisions. All right, so we're moving forward, family, and we're going to keep on building. We're going to keep on building as long as the Most High allow us, and gives us the breath of life to do so. We're going to keep on building. All right, so if there's anyone who wishes to learn this, and it doesn't have to be your profession, you can still do whatever you do for your regular job, 8 hours a day, and then be on standby so that when there's a birth in your city, you can perform circumcision to bring that child under the covenant of the Almighty completely. All right. So what am I saying? I'm saying that we are looking for people who want to learn how to do a circumcision. If you think you may be one of those people, please let us know, and we'll set you up with classes so that you can learn how to do circumcisions, and you could be a representative in whatever state you live. May the Most High be praised. All right. Did you want to go over some of the comments, Ima, or you find where we at? I had highlighted some, but they were way up there when it was cutting up the conversations. Okay, this was the first one.
I highlighted a bunch of them too. Good.
Now, did you want to go over some of these, or are we done with that portion?
Oh, it's up to you. I didn't know. But I can read them. That's fine.
This is cool. I have to do them.
Okay.
It's so much. All right, family. So we're going to get into that portion of our day where we do our commandments. We're going to do our commandments. And if anyone has any questions or comments about anything that we've discussed so far, feel free to post it, and we'll address it the best we can.
Before we do comments, can I play the song? I did.
Yeah.
I did. Okay. Just to give some space. Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah, absolutely. Because we need.
All right, let's see if it'll play.
Where I am gone, where Kobe Olamo, Baruch Haba Yehovah, who notin lanu chayi, Bishbiuze ani notin kavo, Bezaman. Hallelujah. בזמן מחלה הוא רופא, בזמן הרעה הוא נוצר, בשביל זה אני נוצר כבוד, הארץ והשמיים והים גם וכל בעולמו ברוך הבא יהוה הוא נותן לנו חיים בשביל זה אני נותן
All right. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. What a beautiful song. What a beautiful song. He is our doctor. May the Most High be praised. All right, family. We're going to go to our commandment portion of the day. So please post your commandments. And before you do that, let's go out and like and share and subscribe if you haven't subscribed already. Let's like and share the page so that we can get this thing moving, the algorithm can get flowing, and people who don't know of us can learn of us so that they can possibly receive some salvation in their lives as well. All right? May the Most High be praised, giving us everything. That's right. That's right. All right? Anyone wishing to post their commandments with their explanation, please do so, because we're going to get started. Anybody ready? All right, let's go.
Amen. Shabbat shalom, everyone. Okay, I went and started. I only have one law so far. I'm going to go ahead and get to it. This law is posted by Malka Higdalia. It can be found in the book of Deuteronomy, Devarim, chapter 19, verses 16 through 19, and I'm going to read them. If a false witness rise up against any man to testify against him that which is wrong, then both the men between whom the controversy shall stand before the Most High, for the priests and the judges, which shall be in those days. 18. And the judges shall make diligent inquisition, and behold, if the witness be a false witness, and have testified falsely against his brother, then shall ye do unto him as he had thought to have done unto his brother. So shalt thou put the evil away from among you. In her explanation reads, in my understanding, this law warns us not only about false witnessing, but how faulty or unrighteous it is for a judge to not conduct a diligent inquiry. They are erring themselves, but they are also causing the people to err when they follow the faulty judgment. Also, I would like to add that some may think this is of no consequence because we are not in the land and no one will carry it out, so they lie. Yet there is no consideration that no one escapes his punishment, the Creator's punishment, unless he, the Most High, decides it so. Hallelujah. All praises to the Rabbi for that law.
May the Most High be praised.
And the Most High be praised. Let me see. Sorry, I know I should have.
There's no other commandments that was posted?
No.
All right, let's move. Oh, we go on.
All right. Akoti Ka'aza, her law can be found in the book of Deuteronomy, Devarim, chapter 14, verses 3 through 23. All right now, sister. So I'm going to read them. And these looks like okay. So I'll read her explanation after. All right. Verse 3, thou shalt not eat any abominable thing. These are the beasts which ye shall not eat. Well, I'm sorry. These are the beasts which ye shall eat: the ox, the sheep, and the goat, the hart, and the roebuck, and the fallow deer, and the wild goats, and the pygarg, and the wild ox, and the camois. Every beast that parteth the hoof, and cleaveth the cleft into two claws, and cheweth the cud, among the beasts that ye shall eat. Verse 7, nevertheless, these ye shall not eat: of them that chew the cud, or of them that divide the cloven hoof, as the camel, and the hare, and the coney, for they chew the cud, but divide not the hoof. Therefore they are unclean unto you. And the swine, because it divideth the hoof, yet cheweth not the cud, it is unclean unto you. Ye shall not eat of their flesh, nor touch their dead carcass. Verse 9, these ye shall eat of all that are in the waters. All that have fins and scales shall ye eat. And whatsoever hath not fins and scales, ye may not eat. It is unclean unto you. Of all clean birds ye shall eat. Verse 11. But these are they of which ye shall not eat: the eagle, and the osprey, and the osprey, and the gled, and the kite, and the vulture after its kind, and every raven after his kind, and the owl, and the nighthawk, and the cuckoo, and the hawk after his kind, the little owl, and the great owl, and the swan, and the pelican, and their gear eagle, and the cormorant, and the stork, and the heron after her kind, and the lapwing, and the bat, and every creeping thing that flieth is unclean unto you; they shall not be eaten. Verse 20. But of all clean fowls ye may eat. 21. Ye shall not eat of anything that dieth of itself. Thou shalt give it unto the stranger that is in thy gates, that ye may eat it, or thou mayest sell it unto an alien, for thou art an holy people unto the Creator by thy power. Thou shalt not seethe a kid in his mother's milk. Verse 22. Thou shalt truly tithe all the increase of thy seed that the field bringeth forth year by year. Last verse, 23. And thou shalt eat before the Most High thy power in the place which he shall choose to place his name there, the tithe of thy corn, of thy wine, and of thine oil, and the firstling of thy herds and of thy flocks, that thou mayest learn to fear the Most High thy power always. And Toda Rabah, Sister Kaaza, for that reminder. And her explanation reads, I believe this is important in these times, as we don't know what animals we are really eating when we go to the grocery stores. Absolutely. All praises. Okay. You're on mute.
I wasn't speaking.
Okay.
I'm going to talk about that for a minute, though. You know, there's a lot of meat today that you're buying in the supermarkets that's no good. It's almost to a point where you don't want to buy any meat from the supermarket no more, especially ground beef or ground up meat. I used to tell y'all years ago, well, maybe not you, but a lot of our listeners years ago, I used to tell them ground beef contains more than just beef. Sometimes it's ground beef added with pork, turkey added with pork, and they'll put it in sausage packages and sell it as if it's 100% turkey. And it's not. They would do things like this just to make money and come up off of us, but it also causes us to sin against the Creator. Because whether you know it or not, you're eating these things, you are sinning. You're eating defiled foods. So therefore, you should be real careful about the foods that you put into your bodies. Real careful. Preferably, try not to eat meat at all. That would be the best recipe. Try not to eat meat at all. But if you are a meat lover and you decide that you do want to continue to eat meat, then you should get it from a farm where you can watch them kill the animal, chop the animal up, and package it for you, where you can watch that. And if you don't have a farm or access to a farm, then reach out to some of your people who do and see if they would go get those animals for you if you're so much in love and you just have to have some animal. The next closest thing to that is going to a butcher shop, watching them chop it up, watching them cut it up, and then package it for you and you buy it. Anything outside of that, I wouldn't recommend that you do. Anything outside of those two things, I would not recommend that you do, because you'll buy food on the shelf, packaged food. They have so many different ways of camouflaging the food and making the food appear to be fresh. So many different ways that you could be deceived. And the chances are that's what they're doing. A lot of the ground beef that you're buying, there has been an alarming rate of reported instances where they have checked the meat, and the meat, the ground beef, has been found to contain human particles or human DNA. They found over 1,400 strands of DNA in one burger, one patty. 1,400 different strands of DNA coming from 1,400 different places to make that one patty. And some of it is human DNA.
Oh.
You'll hear these stories about places like McDonald's, Burger King. They sell fast food burgers, Five Guys, and places like that where they sell these burgers. And a lot of these places, the meat is not beef. It's not animal beef. Burgers are made of ground beef where they put all types of things in there, cellulose, all types of things. Cellulose is wood particles. They use that because they can get it cheap and they stretch it. Cellulose is also used in a lot of cheeses that you buy, shredded cheese, even vegan cheese. And I just found this out. Even a lot of vegan cheeses has cellulose in it, so you got to read the ingredients. When they shred the cheese, they add the cellulose in it. You won't even know it because they modify it in a manner that you can't tell. But cellulose is meat. I mean, it's wood. Wood particles that you're putting in your body is better than eating human body parts, but it's still a way of them artificially adding ingredients into it to stretch so that they can get a greater return with less profit, less produce. So getting back to the meat, you should be real careful about the meat you eat, because a lot of the meat, first, no Israelite, no conscious-minded person should be eating out at fast food restaurants, buying burgers and chicken patties and fish patties at all. You should have already risen above that in your consciousness to know not to buy your children any food from McDonald's, Burger King's, Church's Chicken, none of that stuff, because the food is not real food and is usually cloned food, and it's also mixed with human things. All right? So you got to be careful. You got to be careful, because these things are not good for us. Okay? So let's move on to the next commandment, please.
Yeah, I do want to say, the other day when I was watching that video with you, I can't remember who it was. I'm sure you'll remember once I say, I can't remember his name, but he was talking about us eating meat, like the forms of our teeth. And when you look at carnivorous animals, how they're formed, and animals that are herbivore, like the different structures of the teeth because of the type of what they're supposed to eat with their teeth. And he was saying how we eat certain meats that, our teeth aren't even formed to be able to bite into.
That's right.
Of course, we have to cook our foods because those type of animals, they don't, of course, animals don't cook their food, but their teeth are made for that type of flesh. And we have to alter it for us to be able to, eat it and digest it. And him saying that was to say how we should not, and we're not supposed to be doing that.
You shouldn't be eating meat. That's true.
Right.
But we do.
Yeah, and it made me think about a lot of things because I mean, I've heard that before, but not to that degree. And just thinking about the formations of our bodies. And he was even talking about how the strongest of the animals in the animal kingdom are the ones that are herbivores and not meat, and how the protein and how we're told protein comes from meat, but it actually comes from other sources. But yeah, it was a very detailed video that you played. Hopefully we can find it, maybe play it one day, because I think a lot of the information outside of the conversation of not eating meat was very important, but understanding of why we should do certain things, where certain things come from in our body. It kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier of not just saying don't eat meat, but here's the breakdown of why they say here's the breakdown of what they say meat does for us, but here's the other breakdown of where everything that they say the meat does, other things can do for us, and our body already has in us, that we just have to eat a certain way to pull out the protein to make sure that it's prevalent in our body, where we're satisfied and balanced in it. So I just wanted to speak on that since this law came up. It made me think about that.
Yes, this is true. But it's a lot of things that we're not meant to eat. And one of those things are humans. We're not meant to eat other humans. But we do. When you go to a lot of these supermarkets, these fast food places, and buy that ground beef and burgers and patties, there's humans in there. And that's just one of the warnings that we're putting out for the people. Now, like my brothers and sisters here mentioned that we have canine teeth, these little teeth on the side. They say we have canine teeth, but they're not built like canines. They're not built like dogs' teeth. They are canine teeth, but they're not built like canine teeth. There's a difference. So let's move on. All right.
All right. The next law can be found in the book of Numbers by Midbar, chapter 6, verses 24 through 26. And that law was presented by Aim Kenya, Sakuna Laurel. And the law reads, "The Most High bless thee and keep thee. The Most High make his face shine upon thee and be gracious upon thee and be gracious unto thee. The Most High lift up his countenance upon thee and give thee peace." And her explanation, this priestly invocation represents the Most High's presence, compassion, favor, protection, encouragement, shalom, safety, and completeness. The Most High desires for all chosen to be called by his name. And the next law can be found in the book of Numbers, the Midbar, chapter 30. And this law is being presented by Chief Morikezu. And it reads, chapter 30, verse 2. And it reads, "If a man vow a vow unto the Most High, or swear an oath to bind his soul with a bond, he shall not break his word. He shall do according to all that proceedeth out of his mouth." And his explanation is, be careful of what may come out of your mouth, because the Most High will hold you accountable. Right. The next law can be found in the book of Leviticus, Vayikra, chapter 19, verse 32. And that law is presented to us by Akoti Ornit. Verse 32. And the law reads, Thou shalt rise up before the hoary head and honor the face of the old man and fear thy power, thy creator. I am the Most High. And her explanation is, this commandment teaches respect for elders. Rising up before the age shows honor, humility, and reverence for the wisdom that comes with years. In a world that often worships youth and ignores. Let me try to find the rest of her comment. And ignores the older generation. This law reminds us that aging is honorable and that elders should not be cast aside or treated as burdens. It also reflects fear of the Creator because the verse connects honoring elders. I want to make sure it's no more. The verse connects honoring elders with reverence for Him. That means disrespect to elders is not just rude, it is a spiritual issue. This command helps build strong families, strong communities, and a culture of honor instead of rebellion. Toda Rabbah, Toda Rabbah. All right, I'll go back to my starred laws. All right, the next law can be found in the book of Numbers, Bamidbar, chapter 19. Oh, y'all get me to read today. Verse 1 through 22. And this law was presented by my sister wife, Autumn, and it reads, And the Most High spoke unto Moshe in the wilderness of Sinai, and the tabernacle of the congregation on the first day of the second month, in the second year after they were come out of the land of Mitzrayim, saying, Take ye the sum of the, let me make sure this is Numbers 19. Yeah, I'm not in the right place. I'm sorry. Numbers 19, verse 1. Okay, here we go. Exactly, everyone. And the Most High spoke unto Moshe and unto Aaron, saying, This is the ordinance of the law which the Most High hath commanded, saying, Speak unto the children of Yisrael, that they bring thee a red heifer without spot, wherein is no blemish, and upon which never came yoke. And ye shall give her unto Eleazar the priest, that he may bring her forth without the camp, and one shall slay her before his face. And Eleazar the priest shall take of her blood with his finger, and sprinkle of her blood directly before the tabernacle of the congregation 7 times. And one shall burn the heifer in his sight, her skin and her flesh and her blood, with her dung shall he burn. And the priest shall take cedar wood and hyssop and scarlet, and cast it into the midst of the burning of the heifer. Then the priest shall wash his clothes, and he shall bathe his flesh in water, and afterward he shall come into the camp, and the priest shall be unclean until the evening. Verse 8, And he that burneth her shall wash his clothes in water, and bathe his flesh in water, and shall be unclean until the evening. And a man that is clean shall gather up the ashes of the heifer, and lay them up without the camp in a clean place, and it shall be kept for the congregation of the children of Yisrael for a water of separation. It is a purification for sin. Verse 10, And he that gather the ashes of the heifer shall wash his clothes, and be unclean until the even. And it shall be unto the children of Yisrael, and unto the stranger that sojourneth among them, for a statute forever. He that toucheth the dead body of any man shall be unclean 7 days. He shall purify himself with it on the 3rd day, and on the 7th day he shall be clean. But if he purify not himself the 3rd day, then the 7th day he shall not be clean. Whosoever toucheth the dead body of any man that is dead, and purifieth not himself, defileth the tabernacle of the Most High, and that soul shall be cut off from Israel, because the water of separation was not sprinkled upon him. He shall be unclean. his uncleanness is yet upon him. Verse 14, this is the law when a man dieth in a tent. All that come into the tent and all that is in the tent shall be unclean 7 days. And every open vessel which hath no covering bound upon it is unclean. And whosoever toucheth one that is slain with a sword in the open fields, or a dead body, or a bone of a man, or a grave, shall be unclean 7 days. Verse 17, and for an unclean person, they shall take off the ashes of the burnt heifer of purification for sin, and running water shall be put thereto in a vessel. Verse 18, and a clean person shall take hyssop and dip it in the water and sprinkle it upon the tent and upon all the vessels and upon the persons that were there and upon him that touched a bone or one slain or one dead or a grave. Verse 19, and the clean person shall sprinkle upon the unclean on the 3rd day and on the 7th day. And on the 7th day he shall purify himself and wash his clothes and bathe himself in water and shall be clean at even. Verse 20, but the man that shall be unclean and shall not purify himself, that soul shall be cut off from among the congregation, because he hath defiled the sanctuary of the Creator. The water of separation hath not been sprinkled upon him. He is unclean. Verse 21, and it shall be a perpetual statute unto them that he that sprinkleth the water of separation shall wash his clothes, and he that toucheth the water of separation shall be unclean until even. And whatsoever the unclean person toucheth shall be clean, and the soul that toucheth it shall be unclean until even. So that's the law of unclean when touching a dead body or going into a house where a person passed. And I'm trying to go to my, okay. My sister wife says, I post this commandment because I, along with my mother, aunt, and cousin, went into the house where my father died, and I am having the ceremonial go through this commandment for the first time. My Ima, who is not in the way of life, but yet believes in the Creator, joined us for the cleaning on the 3rd day without hesitation. She said it was beautiful. Told our Most High. Selah. All right, and I think that is all the commandments. You're on mute. You're on mute.
Mr. Otter brought something up.
Okay.
I should have marked it, but I didn't.
I can try to. Okay.
Keep going. Here you go.
He said, Chief Malak says matzo as well. All matzo are made with human blood. It's best to take our bread instead of buying huge crackers, which has blood in them. All matzo.
Mm. This is where the information came from.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And
You said Rabbi Finkelstein looking up. Okay.
all right, so anybody looking for that information, you should be able to find it there. Okay. All right. Modeh Ani. The vision the Most High has given me, being able to see through the falsehood and showing me that my life is coming into perfected wholeness. Total Rabbah Creator. Kodesh. I think that is absolutely true for those who are immersed in idolatry. All right. I've been hearing a lot more about Jewish people and human blood and human meat, and I've been hearing a lot of those things recently. I'm not aware of how much of it is true, but I know I've been hearing a lot in relevance to Jewish people documentaries saying how when they grew up eating human flesh. A lot of the Passover meals and those things, they were combined with human meat and human body parts. And I don't have any personal knowledge of it. It's just that a lot of the documentaries circulating around on social media who brings out a lot of that information where Jewish people are actually confessing that this is what they did when they were young. But I wouldn't be surprised at a lot of the things that's taking place in our civilization today because the whole earth is out of order. And they're out of order because of us and our sins and how we don't get in proper alignment with the Most High's will. It allows the rest of the earth to be out of course. May the Most High be praised. Brother Asa put up a commandment, didn't he?
I didn't see one. Oh, I see it. Oh, I think he was just referring to what we were talking about, the fat and the blood, the blood in foods.
All right. Emma, you busy?
Go ahead. You want me to read this? Most commercial bread is full of glyphosate or Roundup because the grains have been contaminated. This can create all kinds of digestion problems. Aim Kimya says worse than the days of Noah.
Absolutely.
Oh, he said that's his commandment too. Okay, let me go back up. All right. Brother Asa, commandment can be found in the book of Leviticus, Vayikra, chapter 3, verse 17. Brother Asa, if you can put your explanation, I'll read the law. And it says, it shall be a perpetual statute for your generations throughout all your dwellings that ye eat neither fat nor blood. And let's see if there's explanation. Okay, I don't see an explanation just yet.
All right. May the Most High be praised. So we have come to our conclusion. The conclusion of the commandments. If anybody want to post a commandment later, you're welcome to feel free to do so. You can always post your commandment and then we'll address those issues at a later time. I mean, not an issue, but your commandment. We'll address it at a later time. All right, let's set up the platform to begin our teaching portion for the day. We're kind of early today, but we're going to get it done. Kind of early today, but we're going to get it done. All right. Any questions or comments, family, before we move on? Any questions or comments before we move on? If there be no questions or comments, we're going to get started. Let me share the screen. Pull this up so that everyone can see. I've always had this difficulty at this time of the day. I don't know why, but I do. Let me try it again. Okay. All right. I think I figured it out now. All right. Let's get started. Let's get started. Blow it up for everybody to see. Now, the thing, family, is that when we stopped off, we were reading about the two daughters of one mother who was doing many, many atrocities in Israel. And these atrocities that they were committing was disrespectful to the Most High. And this was their name, Oholah and Oholabah. Now, all of this was symbolic. It was really symbolic of Samaria, the northern kingdom, and Judah, the southern kingdom, and how they were so disrespectful to the Almighty. Sister Ornette, what link are you? Oh, you coming in to read? Oh, Sister Ornette coming in to read, I guess. Okay. Tell her about. Okay, and we were talking about how these two sisters was really doing so many different transgressions, and it was angering the Most High. How it was so disappointing to the Father, all the wickedness that they were doing. And these two sisters was actually symbolic of the nation of Israel, showing symbolically of all that we were doing to be disrespectful to the Father. And so many of us, we live in those sinful lives, but we never take accountability for our sinful actions. And part of the reason why we don't take accountability for our sinful actions is because these things has been customarily done in our communities, in our environments, in our circles, our friendships, people that we stay in constant communication with, that we call our friends, companions, or associates. This earth, and I have to put it this way because it's the only way I know it, this earth has been placed under a curse. And in the process of this curse, sexual relationships are out of control. The sexual demon has been released in the earth, and we contribute to the demon's success by allowing ourselves to be so promiscuous sexually with so many different people. It happens so often that it goes unrecognized by most of us, that that's a problem. And we don't think to do anything about it because it's normal. It's like normal behavior. We'll sit down and watch a television show. I watched this one series, these shows where we have a series. It was a very good series. It was about this lady who was a CIA agent, and she was undercover in a lot of different countries that was waging war against America. And the series went on for a long time. I mean, it must have had about 30 episodes. In these 30 episodes, this lady was promiscuous with at least 10 to 15 different men through the whole 30 episodes. She was having sex with this man. She even had sex with a teenage boy in the movie, in the documentary. She even had sexual intercourse with a teenage boy. This is how bad. But now we sit back and we watch these things. For ordinary person, we just watching it being entertained. It's like, wow. But for a person with knowledge who can see a little bit of these things, we see the wickedness in all that's transpiring around us. For ordinary person to be seeing these things, they don't recognize that the spirit of that movie has taken hold of them. And they go out with the comfortability of having promiscuous sex with anyone or everyone with no accountability. It's no problem. This is why so many of our sisters today have such a large body count, when in reality, the Father had made it so that you would only have one body count, or possibly two if your first husband died and you was remarried. Possibly two, but he designed it for one. We have taken on the ways of our oppressors to a high degree, but the Father is holding us accountable. And the way that he's judging us is going to be based on the title of this lesson. According to your ways and your deeds, will you be judged? We won't be able to stand before the Father and say, oh, I didn't know. If your behavior and your deeds are demonstrating wicked behavior, wicked activity, then you will be judged for those things by way of wickedness. We all have an opportunity to come into knowledge to know the difference between good and evil, right and wrong, righteous and unrighteous. But will we all make that transition after we realize that we have been living a wicked life to righteousness? There are many of us who will not. And the reason why we won't make that transition is because we have allowed that spirit to grow within us. We have allowed that spirit to command us and govern us, our thought, our actions, and our behavior, that we are just a promiscuous person. It brings us pleasure, and we don't want to get away from the pleasure. We like the way it makes us feel. We like the ability to lay down, the freedom to lay down with whomever we want, whenever we want, and however we want. For a lot of us males, it has become a skill or art or a challenge for us to manipulate the opposite sex to allow them to give us some, so that we can take advantage of them and utilize their physical body by destroying or intruding into their physical mind to cause them to release that gate and to give us the freedom and the pleasures that we so seek and we so desire. We're only that way because our minds have been contaminated with that lustful demon. And the majority of us run with that lustful demon. Thereby, we're making babies with these females that we really don't like, we can't stand, and we don't end up being with either anyway. And the women are having babies by men that they don't like, they can't stand, and they really don't end up being with anyway. But they came together at one point or 2 points in their lives, cohabited it. She got pregnant, he left, she keeps the baby, or she aborts the baby. However it goes, we are allowing hell to break loose on earth with these demons running rampant around here as if we don't know. Well, no more today, after today's lesson, can you say that you didn't know that you were possessed with a demon that have you giving yourself to people freely with no consequences, no commitment, no responsibility afterwards. Because here at our class, Beulah Land and Temple Kifarim, we promote chastity. If you're not married, chastity. If your husband is on a vacation, a trip, or a job, or errand, chastity. If you're under a certain age, chastity. We're not going to tell you to go out and buy condoms. So there are things about condoms that a lot of people don't know, but condoms actually make you sterile. It kills your reproductive system because of the chemicals that they put in the condoms. So we're not going to tell you to wear condoms or contraceptives of any type. What we're going to tell you is to refrain from intercourse completely. No porno movies. You know, porno is so bad that a lot of our children today are becoming infected with that demon is also possessing a lot of our children. Whereas we have a lot of children today, especially male children, that will sneak and watch pornos on televisions, on computers, and you'll think they're doing their schoolwork. Oh, my son is so good. My son is the great. He's always in his computer doing his schoolwork, and your son is not doing his schoolwork. Your son is addicted to porn, and your son ain't but 9 years old. Your son ain't but 12 years old. Your son ain't but 15 years old, and he's addicted to porn, and you don't know because he has his own computer in his own room. You think he's doing his own work, but he's not. He's working all right, but it ain't the kind of work you think it is. What you don't understand is that you allowed that demon to come into your home, and now that demon has control over your son. And it's bad. Cartoons are displaying sexual activities all over the cartoons, video games, stores, television shows, all over the place. Sex is a normal behavior, and we think that it's something that's allowed or permitted by the Creator without any commitments, and that's not how the Father moves. But we are so. Another thing about it, and this is something that I got to check all of us on. We'll have sisters, we'll have brothers, some of us even have mothers who are promiscuous with people that they don't belong to, they're not married to, they're not even in committed relationships with. They'll get pregnant and have babies, and we act like it, hey, ain't nothing wrong with that. We act like it's cool. My uncle used to tell me sometimes about one of our family members, the older lady in our family. She would shun a plural marriage with a man having more than one wife. But then she would uplift a single parent, the mother who had a baby with a guy she didn't even know. She could have met him at the party, at the club, at the go-go joint, anywhere. But then she got pregnant by the guy, and the mother, the older parent, the older woman would help out, take care of, and have a great relationship with that child, that mother, as if nothing was wrong with what that woman did. But then when my uncle would bring his wives past and meet my mother or the older lady, it was like if that older lady had something bad to say about that relationship that is a covenant before the Most High with multiple women, but would not have anything to say about that young lady who had promiscuous sex with a man that she barely knew, had no commitment, no ties to, and now she has a baby. That would be applauded because she's a strong young woman, because she's out handling her business as a young woman. But the man who's handling his business, holding down 2 households or 3 or 4 households, he's talked about as, I don't know how that could even happen. This world we're living in is twisted. It's a reverse world. It's not in a world of righteousness. Neither does it have righteous traits right now that could lead us to prosperity. But it has negative traits. It has wicked traits. It has traits of hell. And if we continue on that path from putting human meat in our food to sexual promiscuity, just a few things that we're mentioning, if we continue in that path, there is no way that we're going to reverse this curse, because it's going to lead further and further into negativity, into wickedness, into evil. We have to do, those people who are of the like minds, and that's all about the Most High's business, we have to promote righteousness in every aspect of our lives. And when we see wickedness, we have to shun that. We have to speak on it. We have to deal with it. So, especially in the social media groups, so many young women are promoting me and my child, me and my child, me and my children. But where's the father at? Where's the husband at? Where's the man at? This world wants us to be fatherless. They want for the man to leave the home so that the woman can struggle on her own and the children can grow up mentally distorted. They want this type of life for us. This is sad. But now that we know that it's a trap, that this is what they want, the question is, what are we doing to change our behavior? Because you're going to be judged according to your ways and your deeds. What are we doing to change our behavior so that we don't reflect the type of mindset and lifestyle that they're trying to give us? What do we do now that we know better? One thing to do is shut it down. Shut down. Stop being so involved in worldly activities. Because if you're involved in worldly activities, then you have the mind of the world. The mind of righteousness would exclude you from that type of behavior, and you will never be questioned in those areas. But because you have the worldly mind, you have a horse forehead. Because you have the worldly mind, you are into that type of stuff. You like that type of stuff. That type of stuff gives you a thrive, a motivation, almost like a reason to live. It was a sister that I met. She had 2 children, 2 little girls. I met her a long time ago. She had 2 little girls. And recently I had a conversation with her where she hadn't been with the children's father for at least about 4 years. She wasn't married for at least 4 years, and she was single. I don't know the ages of her children. They was pretty young. She had 2 children, I believe it was, just 2. But they were pretty young, like 12 and 13, maybe, pretty young. So she came to me seeking some help. And during that process, there was a line of questionings that I have to ask her to just have proper answering so that I can deal with her accordingly. So one of the questions that came up was, when was the last time that you had intercourse? The answer to that question was astonishing because this was an Israelite woman who hadn't been married in 4 years. I think her answer, and I have to really give it some thought, but I think her answer was like a year ago. Maybe a year, 6 months, maybe. 6 months to a year is the last time that she had intercourse, sexual intercourse with a male. Well, I think that that's something wrong with that picture. And if I would have been, I guess, less concerned with her well-being, her spiritual growth, and her development to the Creator, then I could have let that slide and said, yeah, this chick is celibate. She's been celibate all this time. Yay, you're doing good, sis. But I would have been lying to her. She's a whore. She's playing a role of a whore. And let's call it for what it is. And anybody who got a problem with that is because your mindset is not right, that you don't see that young lady needs some spiritual guidance, some help, because she has the mindset of a whore. When she was divorced from her husband, and she's walking this life, she should have maintained her discipline and been celibate till the Most High brought her another husband to replace the husband that walked out of her life. Now, he was no good. He's a piece of trash for whatever reason he did, whatever he did. He was no good because you never leave your children. He left her and the children. And that's not how you do things. If you can't get along with the wife, you still have a responsibilities to those children. But he left the wife and he left the children, and the woman, the female, I can't even call her a woman, the female, she went and did what a lot of people do today. And we give in to our sexual desires, not paying attention that our sexual desires are allowing us to feed into the design that the adversary has designed for us to keep us stagnant, to keep us away from the Most High, to keep us away from righteousness, to keep us away from elevating as a people, from doing so many things. They have introduced sex into the picture on a hard level to cause our minds to be motivated and geared toward sexual activity. I applaud the women who are not married, but yet who are celibate. And I'm not talking for a week. I'm not talking for 3 months. I'm not talking for 6 months. I'm talking for the duration of time that you have not had a husband. I applaud you. The women that's walking that walk and trip up sometime and fall on somebody. You know how they fall on top of somebody and come up off that person and pregnant. They ain't mean to do it, but they fell, you know. I have no sympathy for you. It's not that I can't help you, but you have to want to help yourself. You have to want to change your behavior. And the first stage of changing your behavior is changing the way you think. You have to see sex as an enemy. You do, until you get control of that demon that's inside of you. Because anything that's causing you to do against your will is an enemy of yours, especially if your will is of a righteous nature. So if that demon is inside of you, causing you to lust after men, every time you see somebody on the televisions, the first thing you're thinking about is how big he might be, or how tall he is, and how good he looks, you know, how he would feel to you. If that's what you're seeing, then you know that you're possessed with that demon. And for a male, every time you see a young lady, the first thing you're doing is sizing her up, see if you can have her alone and do intimate things with her. That's how you know you're possessed with that demon. But the problem is that 90% of us are possessed with that demon, and we haven't come to the reality that that demon has a hold of us. Therefore, the story that we're reading about with the two Israelite sisters that we read about, with the two Israelite sisters, it has fallen right in play, because as it was then, so is it today. Aholah and Aholabah. As it is today is just like it was way back then. Very few things have actually changed. We give ourselves to our lovers. And what we don't understand is that a lot of time, a lot of the problems you're having in life, a lot of the difficulty that you're facing in life is because the Most High has given you over to that lover or that demon. The Creator has given you over to it. He's not going to wrestle with you anymore. He's not going to keep having prince come up on a platform like this and expose to you your sinful nature. He's not going to keep doing that. The Most High has given you over to that demon. Therefore, he's saying you let that demon teach you, feed you, clothe you, house you, protect you, because that's your God. And a lot of us don't understand that. When we put something before the Most High gives us over to that thing. And when he gives us over to that thing usually has a way of destroying us. And that's what happened to those two sisters. Their lovers was actually the ones who actually destroyed them. Samaria was the northern kingdom. And Samaria gave themselves to the Assyrians and paid tribute to the Assyrians. Tiglath-Pileser, Sennacherib, they gave themselves to the Assyrians. And those people that they gave themselves to, they were putting trust in them to protect them, to guide them, to lead them before they would give it to the Most High, because they practice idolatry. The exact ones that they loved was the one that the Most High calls to rise up and strip them of everything that they had. Judah was no different. Judah, when Hezekiah, the men from Babylon, came into Hezekiah, Hezekiah showed them all through his place, all through his castle. He showed them all around. And they began to pay tribute to the king of Babylon. Well, the Most High used Babylon to destroy Yahudah. He used Babylon for that. The same ones, the same lovers that we had, that we put above the Most High, because the Most High is supposed to be our protector, our guide, our comforter. Everything that we desire is supposed to come from the Most High while we're living this life. If you rely more on a paycheck and think that that's your provider, if you rely more on the government because you're getting government assistance and you believe that's your provider, if you believe anything that you put before the ordained structure that the Most High has given you in your life, anything that you put before the Most High will give you over to that thing. You understand? Now that's what I'm talking about. 25 years, Eloise, 25 years celibate. That's what I'm talking about. I'm sad that it had to be so long. I would pray that the Father will bring you someone that is compatible, that can lead you to him and help you in those things and those desires of righteousness and truth. But I have to commend you for being celibate for such a long time. What I've learned about being celibate, because I did celibacy for a year, I only did it a year. But what I have to speak to you about celibacy, and sis Eloise, you can tell me if you have experienced the same thing. The first couple of weeks was hard, real hard. The first couple of months was difficult. But after you got about 3, 4 months, 5 months, 6 months under your belt, the whole thing just got easier and easier and easier. And you was able to go for a substantial amount of time without even thinking about. Your body didn't even respond the same way. The longer you went without it, the easier it was. Sis Eloise, what do you think? Would you agree to that? The longer you separated yourself from the thought of doing those things, the easier it became. A lot of people can't seem to conquer that because what they do is they masturbate. And every time you masturbate, you're telling that demon, I don't want you to go nowhere. I want you to stay. You feed that demon by masturbating. Therefore, when you feed that demon, he grows inside of you and he calls you to do things that you know you should naturally be doing. And eventually, if you feed that demon long enough, he gonna cause you to go out there and get some stuff. And it just might not be pleasing because the Most High is there to let you know that he's not pleased. And the Most High has a sense of humor. He finds a way to punish us for certain things that we do. May the Most High be praised. May the Most High be praised. Just said that came from pain. That could be true. That could be true. May the Most High be praised. Any other comments, family? Any questions? Any comments? Let's move forward with today's lesson. We have Sister Anita. Are you in the house, Sister Anita?
Okay.
Shabbat Shalom, sis.
Shabbat Shalom.
Did you want to have any comments or questions about anything we spoke of thus far? The celibacy or the woman with the big mouth, anything?
Are you talking to me or are you talking to the crowd?
Sis, did you have any comments before we start?
Oh. Well, I could personally say that celibacy piece is interesting. But what you said was very true. The longer you go, the easier it gets. You know, before you look up, 10, 12 years and pass. But anyways, we gonna work on that. We continue to work on that, but yeah.
Okay, let's get started. Let's go. Let's rock and roll. All right. So we're in the book of Ezekiel, chapter 24, verse 1. You ready, sis?
Okay. Reading from the book of Ezekiel, chapter 24, verse 1.
Now, the book starts off in the 9th year, in the 10th month, on the 10th day of the month. In the 9th year, in the 10th month, in the 10th day of the month. Keep that in your mind, please. Some of you might need to write that down because we're going to get into some stuff. In the 9th year, in the 10th month, on the 10th day of the month. Read on, sis, please.
Verse 1. Again in the 9th year, in the 10th month, and the 10th day of the month, the word of the Creator came unto me, saying, Son of man, write the name of the day, even of this same day, the king of Babylon set himself against Jerusalem the same day.
Hold up a second. May the Most High guide my mind, my spirit, my body, my language, and my speech as I approach unto you, his people. May the Most High be praised. Son of man, write down the name of this day, this very day. Now, the Creator told him to do that because this particular day went down in history. I believe it was 570 or 578 BC, January 15th, I think it was, somewhere in that area, that Jerusalem fell. This was the day that the Most High spoke to Prophet Ezekiel. And the same day that the Most High spoke to Prophet Ezekiel, Yirmiyahu was speaking to the inhabitants of Jerusalem. And we're going to cover that. Let's see what happens here first. Read on, please.
Verse 3. And utter a parable unto the rebellious house, and say unto them.
Now, who are we talking about? Utter a parable to who? The rebellious house of Yehuda, or the people, inhabitants of Jerusalem. Now, there was more than just Yehuda there because we had a lot of other tribes with us, but primarily it was Yehuda. Read on. What did he have to say to us?
Thus saith the Creator, set on a pot, set it on, and also pour water into it. Gather the pieces of flesh into it, even every good piece, the thigh and the shoulder, fill it with the choice bones. Take the choice of the flock and burn also the bones under it, and make it boil well, and let them boil its bones in it.
So symbolically, the Creator is telling him to put a pot on, put flesh in it, put wood under it, and burn it, and let it boil. That's symbolic of the Most High saying that he has, because when you boil pot of water, it takes time for the heat to rise hot enough to cause the water to actually boil. Plus you got meat in it, and that consumes a lot of the heat also. About heat meat. So it takes a while. So you have to actually sit there or give it some time for this to happen before you can partake of what's inside before it's cooked. Even after the boiling starts, it still takes a little while for the boiling to take place for whatever you have inside the pot to cook and get thorough enough. But the whole idea was this. All of that cooking was the Most High standing by watching us doing evil. His pot was boiling while he was watching us. We were the meat inside the pot. We were the water inside the pot. We were the bones using for wood to heat the pot. We were our actions, our ways, and our deeds is what was actually boiling. The Most High was watching all of our ways, all of our deeds, and all of our actions while giving it time to see if we would turn the fire off by changing our behavior or add fuel to the fire by continuing doing wickedness. He was watching. He gave this parable about a pot of water or meat cooking as the symbolic way of saying, I have been watching you for a long time, Israel. Now let's step aside right now. For the last 15 years of your life, the Creator has been watching you. Which direction are you going in your life? Are you going to prevent him from bringing destruction or further destruction in your life by changing your ways? Or are you going to add fuel to the fire and he's just going to watch until it boils all over? And when the pot boils over, it runs over and it puts out the fire and it's no good for nothing. It eventually burn up and you just can't. Nobody wants the pot to boil over. So therefore, Israel, when are you going to change your ways? Now, I'm not asking you to change your ways because Prince is asking you. I'm asking, when are you going to change your ways because you see that there's time for a need based on the results you're getting in your life? If you're living like a heathen, then you can expect heathenistic results. But if you claim to be Israel, a child of the Most High, then there's no reason for you to be living like a heathen because you know better. Therefore, the results that you get in your life should be results of pleasure. When you go home to your house, you should be able to say, oh, thank you, Creator, for this blessing, because this is truly a blessing. Because you recognize and acknowledge that there's so many other people who don't have what you have. When you're waking up in the morning, you should be able to say, oh, thank you, Creator, for allowing me to arise from my slumber in my bed. You know, you gave me a bed, you gave me sheets, you gave me a pillow, because there's so many people who don't have those things. There's so many people who didn't wake up this morning. There's so many people who are not able to experience what you are freely being able to experience in this day and time. So do you give back to the Most High and acknowledge the things that he does for you in your life by simply saying thank you? Or do you just walk through life and act like it's supposed to happen to me? I'm supposed to live like this because I work hard. Is that how you feel? Because your pot is boiling also, and it's getting hot. And the Most High would want for you to put the fire out in a righteous manner and put you on ice so that the heat don't rise and destruction fall from above and really totally tear your life up. We're trying to avoid that. So let's read on, sis. Let's watch what's happening to Jerusalem.
Verse 6. Wherefore, thus said the Creator, woe to the bloody city, to the pot, whose scum in it, and whose scum is not gone out of it. Bring it out piece by piece. Let no lot fall upon it. For her blood is in the midst of her. She set it upon the top of a rock. She poured it not upon the ground to cover it with dust.
She took the blood and poured the blood on top of the rocks and just left it there for all to see. You have no shame to your game, Israel. You do what you do, and you do it rightly before the world, proudly, while you wear your fringes, while you call on the name of the Most High, while people know that you're the children of Israel, and you do all this wickedness in the clear, open daylight, setting what type of example for the rest of the world to see? You don't understand, but you're not just disrespecting yourself, you're disrespecting the Creator. Read on, sis. According to your ways and your deeds will you be judged. Read on.
Verse 8. That it might cause fury to come up and take vengeance. I have set her blood upon the top of a rock, that it should not be covered. Therefore, thus said the Creator, woe to the bloody city. I will even make the pile for fire great.
Now, the Father says, I have set her blood on top of the rock so that it won't be covered. What is that? So that your sin and your wickedness will be exposed, so that you will get turned over unto the things that you place before him. The Father will give you over. If you got a job and your job say, well, I need you to be to work on the Shabbat. And you say, you know what? Ain't nobody gonna know I went to work. So you go to work. Eventually, your job will be your ultimate goal in life. You will have a fiending for your job or other jobs or however it is, where you just can't get away from the need and the desire to work. You'll become possessed with having a job, Prince, that don't sound like a bad thing. It is. It's a horrible thing to have to go out and work for somebody else to provide for yourself. It's a horrible thing, but because we have been conditioned to do this, we found that acceptable. In the ancient days, that's not what our forefathers did. Each one of our parents, our forefathers, they lived and they had their own jobs, their own sources of income, their own forms of revenue. Either they made clothes, they shepherd and sold food or vegetables or animals. Whatever they did, they provided for themselves. Whether it was goldsmith or jewelry makers or blacksmiths, where they would make weapons, but they worked for themselves. Today, the whole cycle of what we do and why we do what we do has been transformed. And now we get more pleasure out of getting a decent job with a decent salary, working for them, than we get pleasure out of working for our own selves. And then when we do get a job where we have designed something for ourselves and we work for ourselves, we don't give it the same passion that we gave to them. We got a job, we open up a company. I got a construction company, I got a mobile car service, I got a telephone company where I sell cell phones. Whatever you do, when you work for them, it was work at 7 o'clock in the morning and you ain't get off to 5. But when you work for yourself, you get out the bed at 10 o'clock, you hit the street at 1 o'clock, and then you come back in the house at 6 o'clock. You don't give it that same zun like you did when you were working for them, because we have been programmed, we have been trained, and we have been conditioned to give more to them and be satisfied with the little in return. What's the little in return? That little paycheck you get. If you took those skills and honed it in on yourself, you can make 5 times that amount, but you don't have the patience nor the desire to do for self. Therefore, be comfortable with punching that clock, being a slave, working for somebody else. Be comfortable with it. If you got a good job, then hey, more power to you. You got a good job. Keep your job. I'm not telling you to get rid of your job. What I am telling you is you need to work for yourself. Sometimes having a job and working for yourself goes hand in hand until your own business can build up enough where you can take care of yourself. Understand what I'm saying to your family. My job here is not to teach you to be a slave, whereas that is the job of a lot of other people. That's not my job. My job is to teach you self-sufficiency and freedom to the best way you're able to find it in this elusive environment that we're living in today. Read on, sis. Let's go.
Verse 10.
Chapter
Heap on wood. Slika. Reading from the book of Ezekiel, chapter 24, verse 10. Heap on wood, kindle the fire, consume the flesh, and spice it well, and let the bones be burned. Then set it empty upon the coals, that its bronze may be hot, and may burn, and that the filthiness of it may be melted in it, that the scum of it may be consumed.
The scum of it, the filthiness of it. And that's what you eat. And every time you go out to the markets, them supermarkets and them McDonald's and them places, you're really eating scum and you don't even realize it. Read on, sis, because I took that conversation somewhere else. Ideally, what's happening is the Most High is frustrated with the wickedness and sins of Yerushalayim, how wicked we have become. It started off by calling us the bloody city because we shed innocent blood and we have no repercussions, no second thoughts. We just do it. And it becomes second nature for us. Read on, please.
Verse 12. She has wearied herself with lies, and her great scum went not forth out of her. Her scum shall be in the fire. In thy filthiness is lewdness, because I have poured thee, Slika, because I have purged thee, and thou hast not purged. Thou shalt not be purged from thy filthiness any more, till I have caused my fury to rest upon thee.
All right, let's back up a minute. Now let's watch this for a second. She has wearied herself with toil. Its abundant corrosion does not go out of it. Into the fire with its corrosion. What has happened is it's ran over the pots and it went into the fire and it causes the fire to get even stronger and bigger. The Father is symbolically telling us that the sinful life that we have lived is going to continue to fuel a sinful life. We have to change that. We have to put that flame out. We have to alter that by changing from a sinful nature to a righteous nature. There are so many of us, and I started off talking about sexual promiscuity. There are so many of us who have been wrapped up in sexual promiscuity that it has now overtaken us, and we have taken that on as second nature, and we think that that's okay to do because we have done it so long and done it so much. Now it's acceptable, but it's not. And we have taken that on as a lifestyle now where we just go on, keep on doing it, just no problem to it. And whoever we feel we want to give ourselves to, that's what we do. That's what it's talking about. That corrosion, the filthiness that you do in your life is going to go into the fire and heat the fire up to allow it to continue to burn. The majority of us are going to continue to live in sin until one day we decide to put the sin out. Whatever your sin may be, your sin may not be sex. Your sin may be stealing. You might like to steal. Your sin may be lying. You like to lie. 90% of the things in your life you got under control. But those few things you can't seem to do without. You like to smoke. Smoking. You've been warned. You've been told. But you can't put the cigarettes down. You won't stop smoking. The Most High will give you over to your desire where you become so addicted to it, you'll wake up out of your sleep at night to go get high, to go smoke the cigarette, to put the poison in your system. You'll wake up out of your sleep at night. You'll be in a business meeting and go to the bathroom just so you can get a puff, 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 smoke, smoke. All types of things. That's how you know when the Creator has given you over to your desires. Read on, sis, please.
Verse 14. I, the Creator, have spoken it. It shall come to pass, and I will do it. I will not go back, neither will I spare, neither will I relent. According to thy ways and according to thy doings shall they judge thee, says the Creator.
According to what?
To thy ways.
And according to?
Thy doings.
Shall they what?
Judge thee.
You should be judged according to your ways and according to your doings. How many of us didn't know that? How many of us did not know that we will be judged according to our ways and our doings? Let me see. Who didn't know that? So I'm not getting any hands up or anything. So if we all knew this, then why aren't we doing better? Why aren't we striving harder to do things that are pleasing, and most acceptable to the Creator? Why aren't we doing better? It's an abomination. It's a wicked act. It's a wicked doings. And this is not how the Father would have for us to live. He doesn't want us to live like this. The Father wants us to give him the best of us. And very few of us actually are. The majority of us are giving the Most High the worst of us. Let's go to the book of Jeremiah, chapter 38, because we're talking about the same destruction to the land of Jerusalem. That's right. Where are the sacrifices for the Most High and his laws? Where are they at? What do you do within your own daily life to show the Most High that you choose to please him more than you choose to please the ways of this world? What do you do daily to show the Father that you desire to please him? What do you do? Jeremiah chapter 38, verse 1. I think I want 39. Well, we can start with 38. Columbia 38 is going to lead us into 39. All right, you ready, sis? Sister Ornate, you're not reading, are you?
Hold on just one more second. Jeremiah 39, you said?
38. Let's start with 38. Now, all right, go to 39, sis. Go to 39. I don't want to hold you too long. I appreciate you.
No worries.
You. Now, do
38 and 39.
Y'all remember how 23 started? 24. It started off by saying that. In the 9th month, in the 9th year, in the 10th day, in the 10th month of the 10th month, that the Most High visited Ezekiel and gave him this prophecy about what he was going to do. At the same time, he was already doing it, putting everything in motion. And by the time he finished talking to Ezekiel, all hell broke loose in Jerusalem. So let's see what's being said here. Read on, sis, please.
Reading from the book of Jeremiah, chapter 39, verse 1. In the 9th year of Zedekiah, king of Judah, in the 10th month, came Nebuchadnezzar. Slika, hold on just 1 second. I had to mute the other TV. Slika, reading from the book of Jeremiah, chapter 39, verse 1. In the 9th year of Zedekiah, king of Judah, in the 10th month came Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and all his army against Jerusalem, and they besieged it. And in the 11th year of Zedekiah, in the 4th month, the 9th day of the month, the city was broken up.
So it took almost a whole year, almost like 6 months to a year, for them to be successful, because we were fighting back, we were resisting. But what we wasn't doing is realizing that this was ordained by the Creator for this destruction to happen. Because remember, I told you they gave Nebuchadnezzar, they paid tribute to Nebuchadnezzar. He was a protector for them because they paid him. The Most High gave them over to the things that they put before the Most High. They was only supposed to trust in the Creator for their protection, but they didn't. They trusted in man. So therefore, the Creator chose that same man that you trusted in, or that same nation, through that same man, to bring about your destruction. Same thing I'm saying to you about any type of drug, any type of ailment, any type of anything that you have in your life that you consistently and persistently do, that you know is unrighteous before the Most High will give you over to it. Some people, some of y'all can't stop eating the poison y'all eat. The Most High gonna zap you and hurt you with that. You can't stop smoking what you're smoking. The Most High gonna zap you and hurt you with that. You can't stop sexing who you sexing or what you're doing, and you know you're wrong. The Most High will hit you and sex you and strike you with that. You can't stop doing these things, working on these jobs and mistreating people, mistreating the homeless. The Most High will strike you with poverty so that you will be homeless. The Most High will strike down your husband so you will be fatherless. And your children will be fatherless. The Most High has a sense of humor, family. According to your ways and your deeds, you will be judged. But can you take it when the Most High brings down his correct judgment upon you for what you issued out to others? Can you take that yourself? Read on, please.
Verse 3. And all the princes of the king of Babylon came in and sat in the middle gate, even Nergal-Sharezer, Samgarnebo, Sarshem, the Rabsaris, Nergal-Sharezer, the Rabmag, and all the residue of the princes of the king of Babylon. And it came to pass that when Zedekiah, the king of Judah, saw them and all the men of war, then they fled and went forth out of the city by night, by the way of the king's garden, by the gate between the two walls. And he went out the way of the Arabah.
He had the nerve to run. Read on.
Verse 5. But the Chaldeans' army pursued them and overtook Zedekiah in the plains of Jericho. And when they had taken him, they brought him up to Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, to Riblah in the land of Hamath, where he gave judgment upon him.
Now remember, Prophet Yirmiyahu, the same prophet that they beat up, spit upon, left in the dungeon, didn't feed half the time, the same prophet, the servant of the Most High that they disrespected, that they didn't want to listen to, he was telling them that Nebuchadnezzar was coming. They didn't want to hear it. A lot of people didn't believe it. He ain't coming. Zedekiah thought the same thing. Zedekiah thought Yirmiyahu was just lying. He didn't want to believe the prophet, even though sometimes he humbled himself and went to the prophet and tried to get the prophet to help him. The prophet said, listen, man, use a dog. There's not much can be done to the dogs. There's not much can be done for the dogs. The Most High is bringing judgment upon you. According to your ways and your deeds, you will be judged. The Most High has cast forth his judgment. His pot has boiled over. Your sin that you commit in your life has outweighed your good deeds by far. Therefore, the only judgment for you is death. The only judgment for you is captivity. The only judgment for you, you will not prosper in none of your ways. That should put fear in us. That should fill us with fear that we want to fall in proper alignment with the Most High's will. Because if we look around, let's be honest, family. Let's look around at our lives. How many of you are really satisfied and pleased? I mean, really pleased with the way that your life is going, with the direction of your life, with the things that you were able to accumulate, the children that you birthed, the direction that your children are going in your life. How many of us can actually say, I'm pleased with my life and I'm not doing no sin before the Creator? How many of us can actually say that? Almost none of us. So that lets us know that there's always something in our lives that we can do better. There's always things in our behavior that we can do better. From our personality, how we treat each other, how we treat the strangers, how we talk about people in our place of work or wherever we are, how we do the fatherless, the widows, the homeless, how we take in our heart compassion and empathy for others, trying to be merciful, trying to make sure somebody else got a little bit better way in life than they did before they met you. We don't do those things, but we should, because that will bring down the blessings from the Creator on high. The opposite of those things will bring down the wrath of the Most High. And that's what so many of us have gotten in our lives. It's been so long in our lives that we have grown adjusted to it, which means we expect bad things to happen to us right now in our life right now. We expect it. Car don't run, car don't start, the house burned down, children getting pregnant. She's 12 years old. Why is she pregnant at 12? It's because of poor parenting. It's because the parent put other things as a priority in life before they put the discipline of their children as a priority in their life, before they put the discipline of the Most High as a priority in their life. We live in like heathens, family. So many of us are living just like the heathens, but we call ourselves the children of the Most High. What is the distinction? You take off the fringes. You take out the fact that you go to Shabbat service. What is the difference between you and the heathens, your actions, thoughts, and your deeds, because you desire what the heathens desire. You wear what the heathens wear. You want to go and work where the heathens work. You want to be with the heathens because it's more exciting. You go to the basketball games, the football games, the baseball games. Man, you're the first one to buy the tickets. Why? If we really elevated in our consciousness, we would stay away from those sports arenas. But because we're under their curse, we're under their spell, we desire to be right there where everything is happening at. Read on, sis, please.
Verse 6. Then the king of Babylon slew the sons of Zedekiah in Riblah before his eyes. Also the king of Babylon slew all the nobles of Judah.
There was a lot of people who died this day. A lot of prominent, important people. But the one that heard it the most, if you watch, it says the king of Babylon slew the sons of Zedekiah right before his eyes. So he actually, a man got to watch his sons being put to death. Why? Because according to your ways and your deeds, you will be judged. Judgment was being placed upon Zedekiah at this moment. While he still had his eyes, the Most High allowed the last sight that he saw with those eyes was to see his sons being put to death. He probably allowed his sons to do all type of wickedness and then protected them because they were princes. So therefore, he put his sons above the Most High. Therefore, the Most High allowed them sons to see death by way of their fathers before the Most High put their fathers' eyes out. Read on, sis, please. Tell us where you at. Verse 6.
I'm on verse 7. But I can read verse 6 again.
You probably should.
Okay.
Let's read on into it, please.
Reading from the book of Jeremiah, chapter 39.
See how she did that? I'm on verse 7, Prince, but I can read verse 6 if you like. That's what I'm talking about. Read on, sis.
Reading from the book of Jeremiah, chapter 39, verse 6. Then the king of Babylon slew the sons of Zedekiah in Riblah before his eyes. Also the king of Babylon slew all the nobles of Judah. Moreover, he put out Zedekiah's eyes and bound him with chains to carry him to Babylon.
He put out the king's eyes. Why? Because the king used his eyes. He used his eyes as his God. He did anything he wanted. Whatever he desired, he took advantage of. He did it. He was a wicked man. So therefore, the Most High said, I'm going to show you that your eyes are not me. Bang, zap, you won't see anything else. And he took his eyes. One of the worst things for a man to do is remember the life he had before he was blind. Read on, sis.
Verse 8. And the Chaldeans burned the king's house.
They did what?
They burned the king's house. And the houses of the people with fire, and broke down the walls of Jerusalem.
Now, all this was being prophesied by Yirmiyahu the prophet, but nobody wanted to listen. And then when they saw the destruction that he prophesied coming true, they tried to run and escape. And they got caught in Riblah. And there they got destroyed. And the Most High allowed the king to put his eyes out, wrapped them up, held them in bondage, and took them to Babylon. Read on, please.
Verse 9. Then Nebuzaradan, the captain of the guard, carried away captive into Babylon the remnant of the people who remained in the city, and those who fell away, who fell to him, with the rest of the people who remained. But Nebuzaradan, the captain of the guard, left of the poor of the people who had nothing in the land of Judah and gave them vineyards and fields at the same time.
Usually the poorest of the people are the meekest of the people, the humblest of the people, usually. Read on.
Verse 11. Now Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, gave charge concerning Jeremiah to Nebuzaradan, the captain of the guard.
That's Nebuchadnezzar. That's Nebuchadnezzar. I believe that's Nebuchadnezzar's son.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Slick guy. Now Nebuchadnezzar, king of... No.
Talk to me.
Yeah, you're right. Nebuchadnezzar. Okay. So why they call him the king of Babylon?
Nebuchadnezzar, because he took after his father. Let's see. Let's read on and see how it plays out.
Wait. Okay. Now Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, gave charge concerning Jeremiah to Nebuzaradan, the captain of the guard, saying, take him and look well to him, and do him no harm, but do unto him even as he shall say unto thee.
So you see, they actually gave Yirmiyahu the prophet a blessing because he was loyal to the Most High. Now, he suffered a lot through his life. He suffered a lot. But at the end, when everybody else reaped destruction, he was still there, and he received the benefit and the blessing of remaining loyal to the Creator. Read on. Let's see what we at.
Verse 13, written from the book of Jeremiah, chapter 39, verse 13. So Nebuzaradan, the captain of the guard, sent, and Nebuchadnezzar, the Robserus, and Nergal-Shazzar, the Rabbah, and all the king of Babylon's princes. Even they sent and took Jeremiah out of the court of the prison and committed him to Gedaliah, the son of Achikam, the son of Shaphan, that he could carry him home. So he dwelt among the people.
Now the word of the Most High came to Yirmiyahu
while he was shut up in the court of the prison, saying, go and speak to Ebed-Melech.
That's good enough.
Ebed-Melech, the Ethiopian, saying,
I think he was a eunuch, but go ahead.
Thus says the Creator of hosts, the Creator of Israel, behold, I will bring my words upon this city for evil and not for good, and they shall be accomplished in that day before thee, but I will deliver thee in that day, says the Creator, and thou shalt not be given into the hand of the men of whom thou art afraid. For I will surely deliver thee, and thou shalt not fall by the sword, but thy life shall be for a prize unto thee, before thou hast put thy trust in me, says the Creator.
Because thou hast put thy trust in me, saith the Most High. So this is telling us a whole lot in this little bit of a story, family. It's telling us a whole lot in this little bit of a story. There's one thing that I need to find out for certain, and that is this Nebuchadnezzar, because that may be Nebuchadnezzar's name in Hebrew. So let me just check for a moment, please. Nebuchadnezzar is either his son who took over, his successor who took over after him, or it's him. Well, let me find out. Let me do my little bit of research real quick. Let me see if I can find it. Nebuchadnezzar was the most powerful king of the Neo-Babylonian Empire, renowned for turning Babylon into a golden age of architecture and military dominance. He famously conquered Jerusalem, destroying Solomon's temples and initiating the Babylonian exile. He is known for building the World History Encyclopedia Ishtar Gate, the legendary hanging. Includes Nebuchadnezzar. Let me see. Nebuchadnezzar. Okay, so I think I'm right. Nebuchadnezzar the second. So there's two different ones. Nebuchadnezzar. Let me see. Yeah, that's right. Okay, I'm right. Nebuchadnezzar. And more correctly, Nebuchadnezzar the second, meaning Nebu, watch over my heir, was the second king of the Neo-Babylonian Empire, ruling from the death of his father, Nebuchadnezzar, in 605, so that's a different one, to his own death in 562 BC, often titled Nebuchadnezzar the Great. Okay. And I'm looking at two different things. Nebuchadnezzar, let me go back. Because we know Nebuchadnezzar, who he was, but who was his son? Nebuchadnezzar the second, king of Babylon. See, now all this work that I'm doing right now, I should have been done prior to any of this. So please forgive me, family. But I didn't take notice that there was a difference. Okay, so Nebuchadnezzar and Nebuchadrezzar are two different people, it appear to be. Let me see. I think it just may be a play on how they're spelling that one name. Yeah, because every time I look it up with Dresar, it comes up Nezar. So they're actually trying to say that these two are the same people. Nebuchadnezzar, the builder, king of Babylon. The Bible depicts Nebuchadnezzar II and his city as doomed, but to his own people, he restored Babylon to glory. That's Nebuchadnezzar, a starling lion with the 6th century BC lined Babylon broad prophecy. All right, family. It's going to take me a little bit more to get this together, but it appears that they're just using the spelling Nebuchadnezzar and Nebuchadrezzar to be two different people. I mean, to be the same person as one. But I think I'm making a mistake. So let me see if I can. I thought Nebuchadnezzar had a son who took over after him when he passed on. But I'll find that information out later while we're doing what we're doing. So let's read on. Ezekiel chapter 24, verse 15, please.
Hold on 1 second.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, they're putting Nebuchadnezzar and Nebuchadrezzar as the same person. Sis, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay.
Reading from the book of Ezekiel, chapter 24, verse 15. Also the word of the Creator came unto me, saying, Son of man, behold, I take away from thee desires of thine eyes with a stroke. yet neither shalt thou mourn nor weep, neither shall thy tears run down. Forbear to cry, make no mourning for the dead. Bind thy turban upon thee, and put on thy shoes upon thy feet, and cover. Mhm.
No, you're right. Go ahead. My apologies. I thought we missed something, but go ahead.
Verse 17. Forbear to cry, make no mourning for the dead. Bind thy turban upon thee, and put on thy shoes upon thy feet, and cover not thy lips, and eat not the bread of men. So I spoke unto the people in the morning, and at evening my wife died. And I did in the morning as I was commanded. And the people said unto me, Will thou not tell us what these things are to us, that thou doest so? Then I answered them, The word of the Creator came unto me, saying, Speak unto the house of Israel. Thus said the Creator, Behold, I will profane my sanctuary. The excellency of your strength, the desire of your eyes, and that which your soul pitieth, and your sons and your daughters, whom ye have left, shall fall by the sword. And ye shall do as I have done. Ye shall not cover your lips, nor eat the bread of men. And your turbans shall be upon your heads, and your shoes upon your feet. And ye shall not mourn nor weep, but ye shall pine away for your iniquities, and mourn one toward another. Thus Ezekiel is unto you a sign, according to all that he has done, shall ye do. And when this cometh, ye shall know that I am the Most High. Also, thou son of man, shall it not be in the day when I take from them their strength, the joy of their glory, the desire of their eyes, and that upon which they set their minds, their sons and their daughters, that he that escapeth in that day, shall come unto thee, to cause thee to hear it with thine ears. In that day shall thy mouth be open to him who is escaped, and thou shalt speak, and be no more dumb. And thou shalt be a sign unto them, and they shall know that I am the Creator.
So Ezekiel's life was a sign symbolically for the children of Israel. Ezekiel did a lot of suffering for the children of Israel. His own wife, the Creator allowed his own wife to be put to death as a sign so Ezekiel can give a message to the children of Israel. Do you know how that must have made Ezekiel feel? But Ezekiel didn't flutter. He didn't weep. He didn't get weak. He didn't shake. He didn't do anything. He remained obedient to the Creator. The Creator took his wife out. The Creator did it and told him he was going to do it. Ezekiel didn't say, oh no, Creator, please don't. Oh no, them people just got to die. No. The Creator, Ezekiel remained obedient to the Creator, even on the losing of his own wife. And when it speaks about the wife, it speaks about the wife like she was a beautiful thing. She was like the apple of Ezekiel's eyes. She was a pleasure in his eyes, a delight in his eyes. She must have been a hell of a wife. Because to be a man of the Most High and to have a wife, a lot of times the wife don't understand your role or your job. as a servant of the Creator. But this woman must have been a hell of a woman. A pleasant doe. She had to have been. Because when it speaks about the delight taken away, the Creator said, I'm going to take the delight out of their life, out of their eyes, like I took the delight out of your eyes. She must have been a hell of a woman. A beautiful sight to behold in her mannerism, her speech, her appearance. Everything about her must have been A1. And sisters, you can reach that peak today. You can become that type of sister in your essence today. You don't have to die and be reborn to perfect yourself. You can do it today. You can be that type of woman so that when the future scriptures are written, which they are being written right now, they can speak of you in a positive way. You don't have to continue to live in the sin that you've been living in prior to today. You can walk away from those things. You can deny yourself of the things that hold you back from being close with the Creator. So that when they mention your name in that book, they mention you with integrity, honor, and respect. Same thing for you brothers. You don't have to continue to live in sin. There is a way, there is a path, and you can be forgiven for your iniquities. Read on, sis.
Written from the book of Ezekiel, chapter 25, verse 1. The word of the Creator came again unto me, saying, Son of man, set thy face against the Ammonites, and prophesy against them. And say unto the Ammonites, Hear the word of the Creator. Thus says the Creator, because thou...
Ammon, who's Ammon? Anybody know who Ammon is? Who the Ammonites? Who's their father? Anybody know who Ammon was? The sons of who? Anybody know? Ammon was the sons of Lot. Remember, I asked all these questions. Now, why are the Most High bringing them up? Why are the Most High bringing up Lot? Lot's children were Hebrews as well. But Lot's children have relationships with the children of Israel. In Rabbah, they right outside the city. A lot of our people, like the tribe of Benjamin, lived with the Ammonites in Rabbah. That's what a lot of us don't know. But a lot of our children, the children of Benjamin, lived with Rabbah in Rabbah with the Ammonites. So the household was really like coming up together per se, because they were all Hebrew. So they had a big thing to do with this. Let's see what the Most High has, the message that the Most High has for them.
Verse 3, and say unto the Ammonites, Hear the word of the Creator. Thus says the Most High, because thou saidest, Aha, against my sanctuary, when it was profaned, and against the land of Israel, when it was desolate, and against the house of Judah, when they went into captivity. Behold, therefore I will deliver thee to the men of the east for possession, and they shall set their palaces in thee, and make their dwellings in thee, and they shall eat thy fruit, and they shall drink thy milk. And I will make Rabbah a stable for camels, and the Ammonites a couching place for flocks, and ye shall know that I am the Creator. For thus says the Most High, because thou hast clapped thine hands and stopped with the feet, and rejoiced in heart with all thy despite against the land of Israel. Behold, therefore I will stretch out my hand upon thee, and will deliver thee.
Why was the Most High doing this to them? All because they made fun of the children of Israel. And they made fun of Yehuda as well. And they talked about when Nebuchadnezzar sacked the temple. They talked about all of that. They teased. They made fun of. And the Father didn't like it. And this is the judgment of the Father to the Ammonites. Read on, please.
Verse 6. For thus says the Creator, because thou hast clapped thy hands, and stamped with feet, and rejoiced in the heart with all thy despite against the land of Israel. Behold, therefore, I will stretch out my hand upon thee, and will deliver thee for a spoil to the nations, and I will cut thee off from the people, and I will cause thee to perish out of the countries, and I will destroy thee, and thou shalt know that I am the Creator. Thus says the Creator, behold, because Moab and THIR do say, behold, the house of Judah is like unto all the nations. Therefore, behold, I will open the side of Moab from the cities, from its cities, which are on its frontiers, and the glory of the country, Beth-Jeshimoth, Baal-Amion, and Kiralim, unto men of the east with the Ammonites, and will give them in possession, and the Ammonites may not be remembered among the nations. And I will execute judgment upon Moab, and they shall know that I am the Creator.
So the Most High is bringing forth judgment on all the nations who made fun, who laughed, who teased the children of Israel. Read on.
Verse 12. Thus says the Creator, because Edom has dwelt against the house of Judah by taking vengeance, and has greatly offended and revenged himself upon them. Therefore, thus says the Creator, I will also stretch out my hand upon Edom, and will cut off man and beast from it, and I will make it desolate from Teman, and they of Dedan shall fall by the sword. And I will lay my vengeance upon Edom by the hand of my people Israel, and they shall do in Edom according to my anger and according to my fury, and they shall know my vengeance, says the Creator. Thus says the Most High, because the Philistines have dwelt by revenge, and have taken vengeance with a despiteful heart to destroy it for the old hatred. Therefore, thus says the Creator, behold, I will stretch out my hand upon the Philistines, and I will cut off their Cherethites, and destroy the remnant of the seacoast, and I will execute great vengeance upon them with furious rebukes, and they shall know that I am the Creator, when I shall lay my vengeance upon them.
There you go. May the Most High be praised. So next week, family, we're going to start back at 26, Ezekiel 26 and 1. All right? That's the conclusion of our great reading for today. Thank you very much, Sister Anit. Thank you. Rabah. All right. Who was that talking about Torah Rabah?
Me, I said Torah Rabah.
Oh, that was you. Sound like somebody else. Okay, great. May the Most High be praised. So there we have it, family. Do we have any questions or comments? Anyone? Are there any questions or comments in reference to today's lesson? What is it like? 3:30, 4 o'clock? It's 3:05. Boy, we ending up early today. We got to have some more discussion, y'all. We can't go this early. We won't know what to do with the rest of the Shabbat day. Sorry, I won't go to sleep, ain't you? I know. It's okay. But we ended early today. It's been a long time since we only had a class for like 4 or 5 hours. All right. So are there any questions, anyone? Brother Benjamin, Shabbat Shalom. And the Most High be with you, bro.
Shalom again.
Yes, sis, you got it.
Reading these scriptures. Oh, first, to the Rabbi for class today. It was an awesome lesson. To the Rabbi for, to the Creator for allowing, His Spirit to be in your vessel to continue to bring these powerful classes and instructions each Shabbat. But reading the last few verses in Ezekiel made me think about something. Even though we have been in captivity, and even though the Creator selected certain, nations to be over us and put their foot on our necks, they won't get away. Even though they did what they were meant to do, they still won't get away. So a lot of times, as we're in captivity and we're looking at the different nations around us and all this wickedness and all these things that they're doing to try to, keep the power that be at be, sometimes it can feel like it's going to last forever. These things, they won't be repaid for their wickedness and destruction against us. So that these things, these verses keep me hopeful within that as well,
You're right. If you look at it, it's just to back up what you're saying. The Most High was sending us into captivity, destroying our king, cutting his eyes out, killing his sons, but he still didn't want nobody to say nothing bad about us. He giving us a beating, a real big beating. But you better not open your mouth about my children. God, abusing us, knocking us upside our head, and other nations get to look across the street and say, look how they dad's treating them. He's knocking them out. The Creator said, I'm going to punish you for opening your mouth against my children. Ain't that something? It's okay for him to chastise us, but nobody else. That's love. Like you said, in the midst of our correction, all them nations that did what they did to us, they ain't escaping with nothing because the Most High gonna get them. May the Most High be pleased. All of it.
Yeah.
Toda Rabbah. All right. Any other questions or comments, family? May the Most High be praised, Mr. Otter. Toda Rabbah. Any other questions or comments? Is there anything that we need to add to this? Anybody want to mention anything? The Torah does state he is a jealous power. He absolutely is. Absolutely. All right. Do I have any of my brothers? Are y'all able to close us out with prayer today? Because I'm Tama. I can't make prayer today. Is any of my brothers, are you able to make prayer, close us out in prayer today? If so, I'll put the link in the room. If you can come and close us out, it would be greatly appreciated. Oh, Sister Ornette, you, if as well, if you're prepared, if none of the brothers step up, you can do it as well, if you like. Okay. Sister Ornette, would you like to? Are you able to? Where's Shemaiah? Tell Shemaiah to come and close us out.
I thought he was saying he's clean.
No.
THIR is not clean.
I don't know if that's what he means. My brother, are you present? He says he's trying.
Yeah.
Don't call me with the remedy, huh? All right, let me get it again. Hold on a second. Let me do it again. I thought you had a typo in there, bro. All right, there's the link again. See if that works for you. And I'll be waiting for that revenue starter. All right. You ready, my brother? You want to give a little comment about the class, or you just want to go straight into your prayer?
Always ready to pray to the Most High. Great class, I like the fact we touched on things that, necessarily need to be implemented in our community. Healing, it's we've been through a lot, and I think it just it kind of cowbacks on a segment that my cousin Kokavia has, like they do the prayer line in the morning every Shabbat. And my daughter Miriam has been on there for some years doing like a PTSD spot, like a post-traumatic stress disorder, because it's actually a PTSD, because we have the slave disorder. So I think it really does, enforces that we definitely have a lot of work to do within our community, to kind of counter the effects of what has been or what we have been through. So yes, thankfully did touch that today, and we have to continually work on that. Just betterment and constant growth. So yes, don't ever buy for the class today, Prince. That's some script. It's a moment. Let's give the Most High His glory. It's like rise. Clear your minds. Most High Yah, our rock and our redeemer, our guide, our light, our everything, we come before you, even at this time, to ask for permission to speak to your greatness. Salak lanu, Yah. Salak lanu. Ishfoko katenu lifneka. Yah, forgive us our sins that we have committed before you, so that we may even be found acceptable before you. Thanking you, Yah, for this beautiful Shabbat day, given an opportunity to cease and disconnect from the negativity of the world around us, and even come together as a community and as your people to expound on your laws, to delve into your truth, and even to come out a little more knowledgeable, a little more grown up, a little more elevated. We thank you, Yah, even for these opportunities and these moments to come before you. And even as we are approaching even a new year in your holy Kagmatso, and in actuality, our independence from being a nation within a nation, we come before you and ask that you would even accept our efforts to be right before you, and even strengthen our desire to be right before you, great King. For what is the duty of man but to fear you and keep your commands? We thank you, Yah, for your Torah. We thank you for your guidance, your protection, and even your correction and measure. May you even continue to watch over the house of Israel in the four corners of the earth, whether we have been scattered. For our desire not to do your law, but even put your will inside of us, Yah, even put that spirit to continually strive to be right and righteous before you, great King. We thank you, Yah, once again and always for everything that you give us. For you, give us everything. Billy Oates, God, without you, ain't they new. We are not. Kokovo Lakako Halel is all glory, all praise. B'Shem God Lakati, your mighty revered name. Ki'ad the Olam, from now until forevermore. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Selah.
All right, my brother. Toda Rabbah.
Thank the Lord.
May the Most High.
May the Most High be praised.
All right, family. Any questions, any comments? Ima, you have anything else you want to make?
But yeah, just about the holy days coming. But first, taught our for a class today. It was very enlightening, especially that subject. You had people coming on that I didn't even know my auntie was listening or watching. Really good.
Surprised with the audience. So you'd be surprised sometimes who out there in the audience.
Absolutely,
They
absolutely.
don't say stuff. They don't speak up. They be right there listening.
Yeah. And then I did want to, I wasn't going to say anything, but I'm not going to say any names. But one of my sister friends, it's her funeral today. And one of my other sisters is there. And she posted how she said, our sister has a sister, but we didn't know it, like a blood sister. And the way we found out was because they have the funeral streaming live. And then the sister came on and said, even though they don't have me listed, I'm the oldest. And she said, and it just made me think about, currently what we're going through and how when people pass away, the family that's left will really leave out others for their own disdain. And for me, it
Can't hear you, Ima.
I was telling my sister how an obituary is a historical document. And when you leave out historical facts of children, grandparents, historical facts of someone's history, that in 100 years, if somebody picks up that obituary and you left out something, it causes for questions, confusion. And I just don't understand why people do it. I really don't. And it actually hurts me to see that it's being done to someone, because why would you leave them out? Because like some people say, well, if they're not my mother and father's child, and they not my sibling, or they not my cousin, whatever it is, right? Because there's an extra parent involved. And maybe to me it hurts so bad because I didn't grow up like that at all. We're all siblings. It didn't matter whose mother, father, whatever. We all were siblings. We all still siblings. And all of our parents, pretty much minus two, have deceased. And we do not sit around and say, oh, well, when it came to both of my fathers and my mother's obituaries, all of us were listed as the children. And so I'm looking at what happened today and what I'm experiencing. I'm just really disgusted by how we are as a people and how we would change the history because we're not comfortable, once again, that comfortable word, with extending that one gesture of love and grace in this process, because it's not about you. And when my sister posted, I just put a sad face because I can't imagine viewing my father's funeral on stream and then having to say I'm the oldest, even though they omitted me. And I have 7 children and his grandchildren love him. But because the sibling or siblings that are living decided not to invite or add me to the obituary, you wouldn't know it. That's just disgusting to me. It really is. Truly disgusting. Yeah, and it's really sad. So I just wanted to bring that up because I saw it and I felt like it was something to bring up, experiencing it and seeing it firsthand, how others are doing to their families. It's not a good thing. All right, that's it, Zayu.
All right. What is Pesach?
Pesach comes in April 3rd at dusk rather, and all day on the 4th. So if you are doing Pesach by the moon, by the One Nation Calendar Coalition moon sighting, then that's our dates.
And we're not aware of anybody else's dates, so no need to ask. May the Most High be praised. All right.
Praise.
So may the Most High be with you all, and thank you, Brother Kezu, for all your help and support, man. You're phenomenal. Can't wait to see you again, bro. May the Most High be with you.
May the Most High
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
And thank you, Sister Ornette, for your help in reading.
Shalom.
You, because we took you overboard on this one. Thank you, sis. Nobody does it like you. May the Most High be praised.
May the Most High be praised.
Shabbat shalom aleichem.
Come to car.
Beulah land at Temple Kefar Yim.
This is for the people in the front and the back. We had a lot to do, and you know you got a lot on your plate.
We are Beulah land at Temple Kefar Yim, a community, a school, a family of faith working to build something greater together. Our mission is simple but powerful: to restore, to teach, and to grow. Here at Beulah land, we bring together the vision of Temple Kefar Yim with hands-on action.
Stop it, you got it, yeah, you got it.
Through our Goshen Hebrew Academy, we teach our children the Hebrew language, history, and principles that ground us in our faith. We celebrate Shabbat services and holy days with joy, keeping our culture and traditions alive for generations to come. Our work also reaches beyond the classroom. We focus on community growth, agriculture, training, and safety, building a place where families can learn, worship, and thrive. The name Beulah land comes from scripture, representing covenant, renewal, and a people restored to their land and purpose. That is exactly what we are doing here, restoring faith, culture, and community life. But we can't do it alone. If our mission speaks to your heart, we invite you to support us. You can give through Cash App or PayPal at Build Yisrael, or learn more at www.GoshenHebrewAcademyTempleKefaryim.org. Feel free to contact us at BeulahLand@TempleKefaryim@gmail.com. You can also subscribe to our YouTube channel and even become a member to stay connected and help spread our message of faith and restoration.